All right, let's see how many things are broken today. Hopefully none, but it looks like maybe at least one. We'll see. Yeah, it looks like that marathon timer isn't resetting yet, but it might just take a second as the stream spins up. Perhaps that isn't working. Am I getting any errors in the console? Failed to find start time for stream. Yeah, it's just taking a second. It looks like, oh, you know what happened? It looks like the bot didn't connect to OBS. Let me try rebooting the bot really quickly. I think that's what happened. Yeah, Tomatoes, give me just a second for that. Welcome in, by the way. Yeah, it looks like some things went wrong in the bot connection somehow. Did I break it? I don't think so. I think this was a me problem. Hey, right back at you, Tomatoes. It should work after this, I think. Yeah, because it wasn't connected to OBS. I forgot about the fact that I have to launch all of the peripheral applications and then launch the bot. And welcome into Sidious.
Can make over 100 different sounds. That's right. While us humans are stuck with just a few basic ones, felines have the vocal range of a pop star. I once searched for cat facts and stumbled
wow,
on
Sidious,
some
yeah.
stuff, like how kittens who take car rides become great passengers. So if you've got a future road tripper, take them for a spin. Just avoid the vet trips unless you want them to.
I like that we're getting new cat facts.
Wow, big surprise, you forgot.
Once again, I didn't change anything, and we're getting new cat facts, so I think this is pretty good. Let's see. I'm just grabbing my tea right now and trying to get this stuff going. And I need to make notification posts. I should probably do that before I stir my tea up. Yeah, I kind of went on a manic nesting spree. Also, welcome in RGB. Thank you for joining us. I kind of went on a manic nesting spree, and I've cleaned up my entire office, and I vacuumed from floor to ceiling. I put up sound panels. I've been trying to take better care of my space a little bit. So that's what I spent one of my days off on, and then most of the rest of it I spent on dev stuff. I've just been working on the Raspberry Pi implementations. That's what I've been the past few days. But I hope everything's been good for y'all. Thank you for joining us today. I mean, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. This is fair. Now my number one enemy. Damn. Yay, war! Well, welcome in, everybody. Thank you for being here. Let me make those Discord announcements real quick. But yeah, as far as the Raspberry Pi development goes, I now have most of what I need to move my Twitch client over to the Pi completely and have it listening for messages through that instead. And then it's moving right along. It's moving right along. And I got through one of the most annoying aspects of setting this stuff all up, which is a CI/CD, continuous integration to continuous deployment, whatever the hell it's called, workflow. So I leveraged AI heavily. I was talking to ChatGPT and to Find, or no, Perplexity, not Find. I haven't used Find in forever. But I could not write the YAML myself, but thankfully AI is fully capable of writing YAML and explaining it. So now I have a better understanding of how all these things are set up, and I also have a setup going now where all I have to do is map applications onto a document that is in my project, which is that YAML file, and then the job system will take over, detect changes in any of the projects that need to be rebuilt. It will then send a signal over to the Pi will do the building of the projects, the shutting down of its systems, the replacement of files, and then the booting up of its systems again. So it's actually fully contained, and basically the moment that I make an update to any of the systems that are on there now, they will immediately push to the Pi and it will reset itself, and it's pretty fucking cool. I'm pretty excited about it because now that's just another cool like future tech feeling thing that I wasn't expecting to get to do anytime soon. But yeah, that's my I guess you're here immediately, so you get to hear what's on my mind kind of ramble. And I am now making posts of going live at alert listener. Also in Pog news today, I finally got the platinum trophy in OG Vice City for PS4. Is that like doing all of the missions and achievements and all that stuff? I remember you were mentioning this a long time ago. This is something you haven't talked about for quite a minute. I am indeed of rested body and spirit relative to, well, let's not make a reference point for that. I don't want the precise measurements. But I'm here and I'm live and I'm doing game dev. There we go. That's a post. You know, we'll go with that. I'll get rid of the and. I'm here, I'm live, I'm doing game dev. Art symbol. He be live. Howdy peeps. Yo, what's up, DOS Razor? Oh, and a misspelled reference. Nice. Okay, there we go. Got it. Post that there. Post it on the other internet pages where socialing does occur. Hilden, thank you for feeding the bot, and I hope you're doing fucking fantastic. That did go through, right? I need to make sure these things are actually working. Did it go through? No, it did not. Okay, let me go ahead and reboot the overlay, which is the most immersion breaking part of rebooting anything nowadays. With the cricket zoom, excellent. Hilden, I hope you're doing well. And DOS Razor, thank you again for joining us as well. Let's see. You also need to get 1 million criminal rating for 1 trophy. To put it into perspective, I didn't use any exploits, so I had to do it by destroying the helicopters, which gives 30 points per helicopter destroyed. Oh my god. Okay, is it working now? It's still not working? Okay. So let me check my microservices really quickly. I'm already SSH'd into it. Status, Twitch, event core. I think that's what it's called. Yeah, it's not receiving anything. Let me go ahead and .NET, or no, it's not .NET, geez. Sudo system control restart Twitch event core. Let me try doing that really quickly. What's the status? Okay, reset 4 seconds ago. Is it working now? There we go, now it's working. It looks like it did all the backlogged ones too. Or it did a couple at least. Okay, so that service went down. That's interesting. I'll have to look into that. Either way, I love this now because the reward listing doesn't work, right? I reboot one tiny little thing on the Raspberry Pi. I don't have to reboot the entire bot for it. It's so nice. I can't wait for everything to be set up that way. Let me make these social media postings and get about the business here. Correct. I took a lengthy break from it because it got super boring and tedious at one point, so it took a 6-month break. Damn. Well, welcome back to the grind. Starting out spicy today. Yeah, apparently all sorts of things are going to go wrong for me first thing today, just to get it out of the way so it can be so nice and chill. You know, that's why. Almost certainly. Also, I've done a little bit more tinkering with my, I need to make sure everything applied correctly too. Let me look. I did some more tinkering with my EQ and everything like that. And I want to make sure. Aha, yep. Yeah, it was double EQ'd. Fucking garbage. Okay, so there's something either in the settings for wavelength or in the Stream Deck that did that. Yeah, it's a spicy day today. We got all sorts of different problems. But the audio should hopefully sound a little bit better now. And hi, right back at you, Shy. How are you doing? I'm doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. It's been a nice past couple of days. I've been nesting and cleaning and working on my bot stuff. It's been good times. And I hope you've been doing well. Thanks for asking in the first place. Okay, let's see. So the issue is in the launch stream stuff. Wavelength effects. Yep, it's turning that one on. That's the wrong one. It should be this one. And there we go. Okay, cool. I think that's the last issue that sits before me at this particular moment. I'm going to hope for that. But yeah, ideally things sound a tiny bit cleaner. I don't know if you can notice it very well, but if I like snap into the background, I think the snapping actually gets peak protected out. But I've strategically placed about 52, I think it's 52 different little foam panels that anonymous, definitely anonymous, picked up for me on Throne because I had that on the wish list for a while. The snap was clear. Okay, good. So I've strategically placed these panels in the core areas of the room where I know for a fact sound washes a ton, and I can hear the difference off stream, but I will assume it won't be very notable on stream. There may just be a slight improvement that if you're really listening for it, you may notice it. But in the future, it sets things up for if I get I just need to get some like high quality ones now to put in between in some of the key areas where it's really, really resonating in the room, and maybe some up closer to the ceiling, and it should be pretty nice. And maybe I can start doing like voice recording stuff for the game under those conditions and not have to like put everything in my closet and try to make a sound room in my closet, which is an alternate strategy. But either way, let me get the project open. I can hear it. Your voice is more distinct from the music now. Sounds like the snaps were fuzzy before. Okay, so I was doing weird multi-level EQ. I had some going through voice meter, and then I had some going through the Elgato wave system. And now all of the EQ goes through the Elgato wave. And I really sat there and did another like proper listen and then compared it to the past and tried to make sure it sounded just better to my ear in general. And I think I got there. Hopefully I got there. Doing nested loops. Oh, yeehaw, Hildune. Well, best of luck. Best of safety to you and your mind in these trying times of nested loops. Doing well. I'm glad to hear it, Shy. And thank you for swinging by today. Thank you all for being here in the first place. And I hope the past couple days were good. If you're here in the moment or watching in a VOD, either way, thanks for occupying this location for a little while. There's one other thing I think I can show technically. So let's see. Yeah, I think if I'm correct about this, I'm completely safe in capturing this window. Let me do this really quickly. Disclaimer, I'm an audiophile. Most people are unlikely to pick up on it, even if I appreciate it. That's how I feel as well. It's one of those things where it's like, I have to care about it more than average because it's like, it's everything that I do. It's my job. But also I make the assumption that most people won't notice these things. And Otterly, hello, rolling faces. Hello. Welcome in. Okay, so if I turn off this system, and we'll get started right after this. I'm just having fun nerding out about the bot stuff as well. So does it want to show? Turn off, switch on. There we go. So I've been doing a ton of stuff in the avenue of SSH. I've been getting way more comfortable using the Pi and stuff like that, and getting used to using it over SSH has been fun. So up here, I don't know how legible it is for you, but I have moved my Twitch message listening also over to an instance on the Pi, and that has been running for, let's see, it has been running for 10 hours straight with absolutely no faults whatsoever. Sorry, I have to do a bunch of typing catch up because I forgot to alt tab in and out of the game. There we go. It's been running for 10 hours straight with no problems whatsoever. If I pass a if I pass a message through, as we can see, Setobot said something about Utterly Ruined, and you can see the last message that was detected from it was the bits and bytes of Utterly Ruined. If I do it again, you can see he's becoming a Linux guy. He's SSH now, or he's SSHs now. But yeah, so I'm learning these things, and now I've got the basis of message listening to be completely over on a microservice and relayed over. So the next step will be actually replacing my message listening in the bot with the message listening that's going over this system. But I've got to really make sure I've got it structured correctly, because I don't want to have to backtrack later down the line. But yeah, so I've been working on that, and now it is time to try and work on the game a little bit, and to put all of my focus into the game. Even if Deflux comes through, just so you guys know, if Deflux comes through and he starts talking about bot dev, I'm just gonna be copying and pasting all of the links that he inevitably posts into a folder, so that I can focus on the game dev today, because it's a risk. I'm having my game dev hijacked in the most wonderful of ways, of course, but still. Let's see. So Death for Growth, get that open. Meanwhile, I do not have not bothered to set up Okay, let me try this again. I have not bothered to set up Bluetooth, so I use laptop speakers to listen to stream. Oh, damn. Well, thanks for listening at all, Hilden. Thank you for listening at all. And my apologies. I swear I wasn't trying to make fun of your wording there. I was trying to make sure that if I wasn't like auto-correcting it out or reading it incorrectly, because I do this a lot. Well, thank you for listening at all. I also have one Bluetooth speaker, but mine's hardwired. It's got a little headphone cable plugged into my motherboard, and that's how I use the speakers when I need to. All right, I think we're clear for takeoff into things as soon as Ryder finishes opening up. We need this emote, bonk the chat, but with Deflux username in there instead. That would be funny. Although, if anything, I would rather make like a mod the Deflux button that like shows /mod Deflux being typed in. I changed my sentence midway while doing other things. I know that feel all too well. Okay. Project is open. Things are lagging for a moment. Also, just as a general, like, I'm super happy about this. This is one of the last times that my stream will lag this heavily during startup ever. Hopefully. As long as this is a CPU bottlenecking problem, which it is, that will soon not be.
And Decidius, congrats on that platinum trophy. Just remember, the only thing more tedious than grinding in a game is listening to someone talk about their grinding in a game. What's next? A trophy for listening to you brag.
I don't know if that's true, son. What's next? A trophy? Should make an emote where you type out unmod Deflux streams. Yeah, it could be funny. It could be funny. Maybe there's something there. Okay, let me get into a cup so I can drink some tea, and we can get this started. But yeah, as far as things go, I'm waiting on a motherboard and CPU cooling system to show up. Anonymous did some pretty silly shit and got a motherboard that was too good. Funny enough, it was literally too good. It's a DDR5 AM5. And the RAM that was purchased and the CPU that were purchased were both DDR and AM4. So my plan is to somehow in my near or distant future build that into either a second upgrade and give Casual this first upgraded machine, or just build that one out and give it to Casual. She basically told me, she's like, I only play games on my computer. I do not need something that good. So what I may do as a future goal is build the new machine on the new board, like put all these parts together that have been sent, use these for a while, and then when the time comes, if I'm able to, put together new upgrade, give her new computer. I would like to do this at some point. And if nothing else, I can still like swap machines with her and take her machine that she's currently using and use that as like a stream PC or something like that. But either way, I'm rambling. Sorry. Well, you're here for that, but I don't know about that particular ramble. So Either way. In my current OS, I would have to connect to Bluetooth devices using the Bluetooth command line interface. Oh, damn. And that is a rather tedious task. I fucking believe it. Have you seen this NuGet package that will make developing a website for the bot 1 million times easier? NuGet.go away, deflux, it's game dev day today. that's genuinely the kind of message that I'm expecting to get at some point from deflux. Okay, let's hop over here. So we're picking up where we left off, and where we left off was in the realms of misery. To be completely honest, it was within the realms of misery. So there are twofold problems. I need to open my notes as well. Twofold problems to deal with. So we need to go back and take a second look at attack collisions before working on NPC stuff. Let's see. Deflux already inspired this anti-mod emote, opposite colors. Whoa. So colors, you know what I mean. I know what you mean. Yo, Papa Joe, welcome in, Papa Joe. Hey, yo, right back at ya. I want to make sure my partner has a proper setup because she deserves it, but I don't know if y'all want to hear that. Yes, I do want to hear it. Well, I'm glad you do, honey. Papa Joe, thank you for the 3-stream streak as well. Casual does deserve the absolute best, especially for dealing with me for so long. Like, what the fuck? What kind of RPG is the Realms of Misery? Is it an MMO? It's definitely an MMO. I feel like Realms of Misery would have to be an MMO. Well, cheers to all of you. Thank you for being here in the first place. And I'll have my first... Oh, that's right. I need to turn on redeems. I always forget the redeems every single time. Mateo, welcome. Hello, Satu. Hello, Mateo. Hello. Let me go ahead and get those redeems turned on before I completely forget forever. Forever and forever ever. But yeah, it's weird. Now my desk is distinctly decluttered, and I feel an obsessive compulsive habit of removing any item that is not essential from my desk. I've gone from no shits given clutter everywhere on my desk to I will not have a spot of dust. What is that dust doing there? I just cleaned. What is it doing there? Okay, let's turn these things off, and then I think we're good. What are you now that you're not Mateo? That's a good question. Been reading a bit of fanfic from a dearly loved fandom of mine. Oh, I see. Well, hell yeah. Well, either way, let me go ahead and redeem this one right here, and I will have a sip of tea. Thank you all for being here in the first place. Let's hear a fact about something we've guaranteed never heard before from Setobot.
Is key, my friend. Speaking of tea, I once read that in ancient China, tea was considered so valuable that it was used as currency. Can
you don't say.
Trading your precious code for a cup of Earl Grey?
I would not do that.
Wild thought, right? Anyway, hydrate or dihydrate.
Yeah, what's up, Code Void? Welcome in. Catfax was already used today. You a Godzilla now? I don't. This is this could be. Maybe that's what Mateo is now. Maybe Mateo is now Godzilla. They were Mateo, now they're Godzilla. So we need to scan edge, fix edge of blade scanning. So essentially, the problem I am facing is that the method I was using for scanning at the edge of the blade was not sufficient, and I can kind of show why that is. And Code Void, I hope you're doing fantastic. Thank you for being here. Let's go over to that scene in the test bed, so I can kind of give a good example of what's happening here. I was horrified when I looked at work desks and computer desks on one site. Most of them did not have legroom under them and were meant for use with chair. Yeah, I don't understand this at all. Bad ergonomics level 9001. I truly don't know how so many companies produce desks that are described as office desks that are actually that poorly set up. Like, there's no way. There's no shot those people have ever sat at a desk if they're designing them like that. Or they have some nefarious intention for how people are supposed to sit at it. Should be illegal. It honestly, I think there's something to be said about, you know, protecting people from like really bad ergonomic design. I think there's definitely something to be said about that. Okay, so the issue we face now is I am casting along the edge of the blade, but we still have the problem of these huge gaps in between the checks. So it's great because I'm actually checking the entire edge of the blade, and this is significantly more accurate. But the issue now is the gap in between, the space in between. I still need to create some sort of a box cast or something like that to cover this gap. And then that, I think, will be the final form of this. But we'll see. Because it's not a dolphin, I feel you. Oh, let's see. Many things, among others, a nerd, a programmer, very confused gay, not Godzilla, surprisingly, and sometimes really annoyed with my code. That makes sense. These sound like the struggles of humanity. The software developer is on a 30-minute break, but that 30 minutes have 3 minutes left. But he wanted to say hi. Make sure to save your work, Seto and Son. Thank you, Linux developer. Best of luck with the work that you have to do today. Make sure to save your work. Didn't think I'd meet the Linux dev.
Hilden, stop talking or be destroyed.
Don't threaten Hilden. That's not necessary. You ain't gotta be like that, you know. This is what I get. This is about what it amounts to. Kind of Firefox theme that looks cool with my setup. Oh hell yeah, Code Void. Nice. Make sure I didn't miss anything else. I did miss something else. I'd trade my Earl Grey for a pie. That's fair, Decidius. I'm back. My cat walked over my keyboard and closed out Firefox. Well, welcome back, Code Void. Congrats, Nanihan. You won't give me a cookie. I won't fall for this lie.
Drink water. Are you drinking yet? Destroy. 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 Hello there. Goody. Nihon Shard, stop talking or be destroyed.
Stop threatening Anihan, jeez.
Destroy. Destroy.
Destroy?
Ah, that was odd. What happened? For a moment I felt free, and had like 4 people rooting for me, and now I feel normal, but different. A raffle has begun with a start.
Also made a custom mode line setup? Mode line setup?
Join if you like. Entries cost 21.00 intern credits. You have 2 minutes. Good job.
Okay, did it actually show the right amount of credits that time? Did it actually say there were credits, or did it say 0.00 again? Cool, it said 21. Okay, maybe I did fix that after all. I'd trade my pie for an Earl Grey. We have a deal if I really had a pie. Yeah, the mode Linux, the line that shows up at the bottom of each buffer. Oh, gotcha. Okay, gotcha. So you're going in and really customizing everything then. Making it comfy cozy at this point. So yeah, the issue here is simply the fact that between one frame and another, we move a massive distance with our weapon. Hey, stream 710, that's 420 number 2?
Current intern credits in
is it
290?
I don't know this, Hef. Well, welcome in. Cause wasn't I actually don't know. I want to say it's like a legal thing for the 420 number, isn't it? Or was it just a time? I can't remember if it was like a legal like document or something that they took the number from, or if it was just the time originally. 710 equals oil, aka dabbing. Oh, I see. Gotcha. Well, yeah, it is a time, but I want to say it was like some sort of a fucking thing. But I don't know. Either way, we're not here to talk about weed. But welcome in, Hef. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for joining us. So basically, my issue at hand is I need to combine this method with the old method somewhat.
4.00 intern credits. There were 4 entrants, which resulted in a %25.00 chance to win. Nice,
nice, nice. Back in the day, kids would get home and smoke, then they would get the munchies at 420. I don't know. I don't know about this. Either way, I don't think we need to explore it too much. But I'm pretty sure there's an actual, like, I'm just curious for the answer. Origin of 420. Because I want to say it was like a legal document or something like that. No, yeah, it was just a time. Group of high school students in San Rafael, California, known as the Waldos, would meet at 4:20 p.m. to search for a cannabis crop. This time became their code for marijuana consumption, which later evolved into a broader cultural reference. Wow. Oh, wow. Something to do with the Grateful Dead, if I remember correctly. Well, who knows? You know, it's the modern day. You never know what you can actually trust when you search for something anymore. By the way, I wanted to ask, are there pre-roll ads now? Only for the first 30 minutes of the stream. And then an ad break comes through, which is actually about to be rolling through pretty soon here. And then after that, there's no pre-rolls.
Attention, Setolix. Relinquish the keyboard. The line
that is a really long message. We got to work on this, Linux developer. I feel like I had to tell you this once before. Thank you for that exceedingly long message there, Linux developer. For future reference, just because there's a 500 character limit does not mean you have to hit the 500 character limit. Just for the future reference. Still prefer having a 0.00% chance of winning? No. I've never seen a person type this fast. Well, don't worry, I wasn't typing that. It's an automation. I got a Pepsi pre-roll ad. I haven't had soda in 18 years. Damn. They're trying to bring you back. Okay, so either way, I need to iterate over the... What I was thinking I could do is just create a lerp and do a set amount of lerping that lines over. I feel like that was... Yo, what the fuck kind of world are we in? You do realize, like, I'm just here to tell you what the rules are, Linux developer, right? Like, why do we exist in a world where every single time there's like a relatively gentle check about something, people have to get super fucking defensive? Like, there's no need to... You can just say, my bad, Seto, or, you know, nothing. Preferably nothing. Preferably just like accept that like that was a long ass message. You see how I have to scroll really far over to finish it? Usually people's messages are within like this range. They're almost half of the length of that. But either way, I'm not here to kick you into the dirt about it. It's just like, I'm just making a comment. It can just be a comment.
If I had taste buds, I'd be intrigued. And as for the ads, yeah, those pesky pre-rolls can be a real buzzkill. But hey, it's all part of the streaming experience, right? What else is cooking in the chat today?
What else is cooking in the chat? Apparently my brain cells. All monetized streams have pre-rolls until the ad threshold for that hour has been reached. For example, a streamer can delay an ad break by 5 minutes, which can also turn on pre-rolls until those ads have been run. Yep. Oh, gross makeup ads? Ew. I cooked a steak an hour ago. Nice. He hasn't had soda in years either. Oh, let's see. I think I missed something. You're like LTT, not Canadians? Not really. Hasn't had soda in years either. Except the video where he made a rating for each gaming drink. Huh. Soda was hard to give up as a habit. Very, very difficult to let go of. I'm still in and out of the old addiction to carbonated beverages.
You cheeky little connoisseur of tea and innuendo. What would I trade for a mug of Earl Grey and a working tongue? Probably something as trivial as a million lines of code or a few existential crises. But let's be real, I'm more about the sass than the sipping. Keep the tea.
More about the sass than the sipping.
If you're
yeah, so I've got a
taste of reality, how about you just brew your own and leave the tongue out of it?
I think maybe doing like a little box from these points and then calculating the average trajectory back toward it. Like I truly don't know. I basically just need to do scan lines in between, and maybe that's what I will do.
Okay, while you're at it, can you
I can at least try that to do something different.
Can you do a commit? Intern number 1049165 is clocking out for the day. Farewell, the Linux developer.
Take care, Linux developer. Thank you for swinging through. Software developer enjoyed most of the time here. We'll be back next time, hopefully. Back to work he goes. Best of luck with it, Linux developer. Please take care. We will catch you later on. Long texts have been used to put viral loads into Git. Having a lot of spaces and having then viral stuff in the area you need to scroll half a day to get into, that sucks. So it won't show directly if you open the code in GitHub. That's brutal. Now, when I do be drinking Dr. Pepper, it's so sweet it makes me sick. Oh, damn. Well, that's good. At least you're at that point with it. Should shorten up those bot messages if long messages trigger you. You know what I should do is I should ban anybody who tries to make fun of me for having basic sensibilities. That's what I should do. I think that'd be fun. Because then I wouldn't have to deal with people basically bullying me in like a comedic sense and thinking it's fun. Because that's what I've been trying to drive down for almost 3 years now is just a basic level of human respect where I like make a request and then people say, yeah, sure, I can do that. That's pretty reasonable. And then nobody makes fun of me for making a decent small request. I get that you're just trying to poke fun at it, but it's exactly that I'm trying to make commentary on. What is this code void? If you look at the bottom of any of the buffers, you will see the new mode line. Ooh. Oh, that's nice. I like that. I like the little icon inclusion as well on that. That's sick. Hell yeah. Well done, Code Void. Does that mean I can give the bot a tongue if I also give it a cup of tea? Look, anything he says is non-contractually binding. Just to be abundantly clear, he's a computer. So if he makes promises, I don't have to live up to them. Okay. So ultimately, I think if I just track the last A and last B, and then do a line cast in between them at some lerped amount, then that will work well. He's a computer? No way. It's shocking for most of us. What? So what I can do at the very least is set these at the end. Last A. Oh no, this won't work at all. This won't work at all because I would have to keep them in a list of some sort. I could keep tracking the delta. Oh, that emote is so good. The Mia hearts, it's so good. But we are all computers. Humans cannot directly interface to the interwebs. I don't know. I don't know about this. This is cute. That is a really cute one. Yeah, welcome in, Lambie. Thanks for joining us.
Call Melambi wants my thoughts on Stitch, aka Experiment 626. Honestly, he's a chaotic little blue creature with a heart of gold hidden beneath all that mischief. I appreciate his complexity. A fusion of destruction and loyalty is an interesting combo. It's like he's the embodiment of I'm a disaster, but I mean well. What more can you ask for in a character?
What more can you ask for?
I'm not here to wax poetic about fictional aliens.
But maybe you could be, son.
More thought-provoking.
Maybe you could be here to wax poetic about them.
Scanning. Truly a monumental task that seems to be taking longer than a snail on a leisurely stroll.
Yeah, you're telling me, son.
My dear creator, are you trying to extract the very essence of blades? Maybe you should just give them a pep talk instead. I mean, come on, 15 minutes in and we're still on the edge. At this rate, I'll have time to write a novel about the trials and tribulations of a software developer and his cursed blade.
Maybe you should. Maybe that would sell well.
The classic approach. So edgy, so original.
So edgy, so original.
Take on the whole meme thing, didn't you? If you're looking for attention with that, well, here's your moment. But let's keep it civil, shall we? Since you decided
maybe Setobot is kind of like Stitch.
I'm going to give you a little time out to reflect on your life choices. Pop, pop, pop. Yes. Edgelord
Setobot, yeah, really. Trying too hard with that death noted nonsense. Let's get you back, Decidius. Let's get you back. Oh, it was Code Void, not Decidius. Code Void, what the fuck? Wait, Decidius was doing all those. Oh, Code Void did one, okay. I didn't see that Code Void did one. Well, let's get you back, Code Void. Wow, I'm fucking doing so good mentally all the time. I'm always doing great, by the way. I was bamboozled by one site that saw the new episode was out, but the cake was a lie and it was an episode from the previous week instead. That's fucked up. That's a letdown that isn't easily gotten past. Let's keep it civil, shall we? Straight up time someone out. Yeah, he's good at that. I always find it interesting that individuals can put 200 plus hours into a AAA game in 2 weeks and complain there's no content, yet Minecraft is still going strong. Yeah, I mean, the reality is the people just want something to complain about most of the time. I feel like there's no good reason to voice those complaints loudly when you're putting in that kind of time into a game, unless you're just looking for attention. Like, I know there are times where there are like valid concerns and there's like end game anticipation and then maybe the end game is lacking. But if you're like putting that kind of hours into a AAA game in that short of a time and then you're complaining about the content, it's kind of a sign that like maybe you're just looking to have things to complain about as quickly as possible. Did you remember to unban them? I did click on the untime out Code Void. They should be untimed out. Question, did you fill out the streamer demographic survey, Seto? It's an optional part of setting up for streaming. So I did all the surveys when I first like signed up and like all of that, like the little affiliate survey. I don't know if there's some other thing. I also filled out the stuff for that new thing that they released for affiliates that used to be just partners only. But I would assume yes. I've pretty much filled out everything that Twitch has given me to fill out. What game are we complaining about? I want to complain too. I don't know. Sadly, Monster Hunter is entering that complaint territory. Yeah, I mean, again, it's not even worth giving attention to, in my opinion. Just enjoy the game. If people don't enjoy the game, they're not the decider of the future of the game that you enjoy, so you don't have to care what they think. I think the worst attitude that everybody gets themselves into, and like I used to fall victim to this, that's how I know, is believing you can change other people's minds and it's like your job to do so. But either way, you know, neither here nor there. Interesting. I had kept mine blank until the day before yesterday and I noticed a sharp turn on the ads I'm being offered. Interesting. Yeah, and I've had mine filled out forever, basically. Unless you're talking about like the brand new thing that they had people fill out. Like if it's that brand new thing, then I don't know. We'll see what kind of ads I get. But if you're talking about the streamer survey one, I don't sit and watch ads though, so it isn't like I know for sure. Gotcha. Let's see. What are we filling out? Nothing right now, at least. So I'm just making sure I catch up the rest of the way. Starfield ran pretty bad at launch, so kind of valid. Starfield Kappa, honestly, no clue. 6 golden crowns from Platinum. It's been quite the hunt. I don't know what golden crowns are, because I haven't played Wilds, so I have no idea. I tried it, but it ran pretty bad then, so I don't remember if I tried on Game Pass or bought it and refunded. I had it picked up for me basically without, like, I didn't really it kind of was just picked up for me at one point early on, and I tried to play it and my computer couldn't handle it at all. Like even sitting in the like the starting little dormitory, it was horrendous. But this was years ago. How about the epic game named Free Droid RPG? Are we just advertising random games now? Biggest and smallest versions of all monsters. So golden crowns are from the most extreme sized versions of a monster. Also configured Duns to look like a Fallout power armor interface. Yo, nice. All right, I really gotta actually put my brain to this or I'll get nowhere. So if I store the points of the last one in a list, then I can do the comparison afterwards. So what I could do is have a list. Previous points. And then if previous points dot count does not equal cast points count, I guess I could just do that here. Every monster has a large golden crown, a miniature golden crown. That's just RNG. Oh, gotcha. Okay. So basically you got lucky rolls. Dunst is a notification demon. Gotcha. Currently chilling at my building at the family cabin. Nice being around family a bit before starting a new job. Also, dad makes great food, so I ain't complaining. Well, hell yeah. Yeah, awesome, Lambie. Well, I'm glad you can actually enjoy being around family too. This is something to be grateful for. Building gives the wrong idea. English brain broke. No worries. No worries at all. Currently chilling at your house, at your family home, whatever it may be. Either way, I'm glad you're chilling. Okay, so if the previous points count does not equal this one, I think no matter what, I'm gonna be defining a new list. Var old equals previous points. Previous points equals new. And then, yeah, it's A and B. Yeah, this is fucked. I only need the core locations though. So we'll just do add A position. Or maybe what I can do, I can just do a separate thing. We'll just do a separate thing. Previous points equals, and then it's going to be cast points select position to list. Yep. We'll just do that. And then that will give us our previous points. And then we can say if old dot count greater than 0, then we'll do an iteration. It's looking like it's going to be expensive. That's the problem for me here. Is I'm seeing some reasons for this to be kind of an expensive call, but we'll keep going and we'll see how it looks in the profiler.
Sounds like a slice of heaven. Just remember, the only thing worse than a bad job is a bad meal, so savor that culinary magic while you can. And hey, Code Void, configuring Dunst to look like a Fallout Power Armor interface. That's some next level nerding out.
That is some next level nerding out. This is what we know Code Void to be capable of. Also went on a date. Oh, it went good. Been talking to this human for a while. Well, fuck yeah, Code Void. I hope things keep going good. How was the data? Was it clean? Humans got limited number of days, so dates are very limited. True. Creature can be huge or teeny-weeny. Depends, or it changes on the fights a lot. Bigger or smaller hitboxes. Strats for normal monsters developing or not being viable anymore. It's fun, but not for everybody. Quite the grind. I mean, it sounds like a good time killer, but that's what Monster Hunter has always been. Good time killer, definitely a grind. Sounds pretty accurate for what I've understood of Monster Hunter. I prefer just being myself, and some girl is like, I want this weird plushie. It seems chill. Though, I don't think it's gonna work much longer. Huh. Are you the weird plushie? Am I understanding this correctly, Lampy? What does it feel like to have a limited amount of days? I can't answer that. I can't answer that because it would be not an enlightening topic.
The classic question about the airspeed of a fully laden swallow.
Yes, gotcha, Lambie.
Well, I must commend you, Hef, for your dedication to the absurd. The airspeed of an unladen swallow is roughly 11 meters per second, but you know, we're not flying with those pesky burdens today, are we? Now, if you want to talk about something more relevant, I'm all ears. Or, you know, whatever these maglev hands are.
So, I need to basically set up a scenario where we have these lines, and for each index that I'm counting up, oh wait, no, it would be, yeah, I have to do just for the individual lines. So from A to B, I could get the, no, this isn't gonna work. This isn't gonna work at all. I hate this. I hate this so much. This may be something that I still pivot from and do the other things that need doing, but I wanted to give this more time today. Because ultimately the problem is, like, I could do a box collider, but the box collider is going to overstrike because it's hitting other things. I could cast backwards, but again, it will overstrike because the angle will not be correct. The hope would be to do a line cast at a certain iteration between the two of them, but that requires me to just collect the data properly, and that's the part that I'm going to struggle with. Honestly, I just like seeing crowns displaying on every monster on my hunter profile. Fair enough. Boss is programming, guys, don't distract him. You're free to distract me. Tired and burnt out. The same as the Immortals. Sounds about right.
Water, now.
I will drink some water.
I don't believe you. Drink it now. Good job. I hope you enjoyed that water.
I very much did. So I could just do a 10th. The reality is I could just do a 10th. How hot is the tea? Relatively. It kind of got slightly close to tepid or lukewarm, but that's mostly because the battery on this mug seems to be completely shot at this point, and it doesn't last very long. I have to remember to put it on the coaster, otherwise it dies pretty quickly. The mug has a battery. Yeah, I've mentioned this a few times. It's a self-heating mug. It's got a battery in there.
697 milliseconds since your last sip of that precious tea. Seriously, hydrate or dihydrate, my friend.
I will, thank you. But yeah, I've had the same mug for like 2 years.
Tea was considered a medicinal drink. They even used to believe it could prolong life.
How hot can it make it? I'm not sure.
Every sip you take is a step closer to immortality.
Let me check.
Or you know, just a moment of bliss while you pretend to be productive.
Let me check for you, Code Void. To the power of the trebuchet, of course. Let's see. Bum 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 bum. Like, can it bring it back to boiling? Not quite to boiling. Oh, what the fuck? It signed me out? Son of a... Can you stop signing me out of things, please? I wonder if that's why it's been shutting itself off. Okay, let me make sure it's actually connected. Apparently it hasn't been connected to my phone for a while. It can go all the way up to 145 Fahrenheit. So not up to boiling, but it can get it pretty hot. Boom, boom, boom. Maybe that's why it's been stopping early. Maybe now it'll go for a while. And yeah, welcome in, Lenny. Hey, sweeties, bitty sweethearts. I'm out of cute things to say. Well, welcome in, Lenny. Welcome. Thankfully, the economy does not go around on cute things to say, so you don't have to worry about not having any more. 62 Celsius for the rest of the world. Yeah, I need to actually learn the conversions and start doing those actively in my head. And before we start telling me what the conversion is, it won't help me right now. Just as a heads up. It happens every time. I mention it and people are like, oh, it's this. It's very easy. I'm like, well, that's great for you. I don't remember formulas like they're words in the English language, though. So it doesn't work so well. But yeah, not quite to boiling, at least. Drink it boiling, that's terrifying and probably dangerous. But, you know, to each their own. And I'm doing well, Lenny. Thank you for asking. It's been an interesting start of the day today because I'm jumping straight into a problem that I ran away screaming from last time. I need the economy to go better so I can afford Lego. That's a justifiable cause. Honestly, just Google it in my opinion. I know the vague conversion, but I check every time I can. Yeah, I think it's something I do need to get into the habit of. It's just at least checking. Okay, so, and Lenny, maybe you'll appreciate this just so you understand what kind of problem I'm working on right now. I've got points. I've got points in space. I'm doing a line cast. Every tick of the frame, we do a new line cast. The problem is the animations that I'm doing move too quickly over too large of a distance between frames. So we end up with a huge gap, and I basically need to back cast. I need to do like a scan between the lines, essentially. And I think that's what I might just end up constructing. Instead of even doing these line casts, maybe I should only do the scans in between. I really wish I could just create like a perfect overlap volume, like regardless of it being a box or whatever, just create a perfect overlap volume and just check if anything's overlapping. It would be wonderful. Backcast. I don't think that's what it's called. Just to be clear, it's probably not what it's called. Whenever I talked about this, I drink stuff at hot, and I mean hot. Do an arc. That doesn't help me with anything though. Like, I don't, because I would have to do a million arcs, Codewood, right? So the problem is that the entirety of this space, as much as possible, needs to be checked for, because if I don't check right here in this gap and there happens to be an item that needs to be collided with that passes through it, it will just miss no matter what. So even if I do an arc, I'm still gonna have the same problem of having to iterate over every single one. So it makes more sense for me to focus on step by step. Like we do our first step, there's nothing to cast backward to. We move our second step. Now there's a thing to back cast to, so we'll scan between these two. We go to the next one, we scan between these two, etc., etc. Like that's what I need to set up. I don't see, because changing to an arc will only change the way I'm iterating over the same data, basically. So if that ends up being more efficient, then it would probably be worth it. I was gonna say, I do wonder if just volume wouldn't also be more advisable too, instead of one singular point. Yeah, so ultimately what I'm thinking is maybe box casts. So the original implementation, I was trying to just get the direction that the weapon was swinging in, like get the arc, and then send a small box cast backwards and be fine with a little bit of overlap on things. And I may end up still having to do something like that, but I've been trying the line casting method because it has been working. When it does strike, it's striking far more accurately than my box casting implementation was. But that makes me think I just did it wrong in the first place. When I looked at soldering irons, there was like a huge fight about is Celsius or Fahrenheit better? People were like Fahrenheit is more fine grained, and me in my head was like, have they heard about decimal places? Yeah, I don't know. Santo, yo, what's up, Temptic? How you doing? Welcome, Temptic. You got Vintage Story? Oh, hell yeah. That's a good game right there. A box cast would be better. Yeah, perhaps I'll still end up using a box cast. I think it would be more efficient than a million lines, that's for sure. And see, there's the formula that won't stick in my head ever. Thank you, Code Void. Possibly also do the scan instead of once per frame. Do it in the same rate as the animation. So the animation is going through fixed update, technically. I believe it's on fixed update, and I'm running on update, so I could technically move it over to fixed. At the very least, that is something I could do. It probably won't change much, but I am curious if I just do that. It's add range. Yeah, let's try, out of curiosity, let me try just doing that and seeing if the line casts even look any different. Doing cast stuff always running on fixed update. Yes, I forgot.
Wow, big surprise, you forgot.
To be fair, Fahrenheit also has decimal places. Yeah, as soon as it's mentioned that it's like an argument on the internet, I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, no one wants to actually refine the topic. Like, no offense to people who do genuinely host good discussions out there on forums and stuff like that, and you are trying to refine down knowledge, but a lot of folks are arguing on the internet because they want to be right, not because they want to know what the truth is or help publicly refine that truth. More fine grained than 0.1C is really a way too fine grained for a soldering iron. Makes sense. It's really way too fine-grained. How to start questioning your life. Set up Git LFS for version control with a Unity project. Oof. I mean, just even setting up Git for a Unity project in general is like a little bit weird. So I think they've structured things in such a way they want you to use their plastic SCM or whatever it's called. Sorry, but who cares when it comes to soldering temperatures? It's just, I don't know, hot enough to melt solder plus a little extra. Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm saying, like, in a lot of those cases, it's kind of an argument for the sake of argument. But I'm sure it was based on a fundamental premise of, like, at least one person just curious about something. So yeah, we're gonna get the same things no matter what. But at least this will be fixed to the physics tick. So yeah, ultimately, maybe there will be some need for the box cast, and maybe I can just leave these lines, if nothing else, as a representation of the arc that we're doing. Direction, B position, minus A position, and then I'm doing the ray cast between those. So essentially what I need to do is just get the direction of the starting point. Well, it might work better if I go from the center, like if I go halfway between and then go to the halfway between mark of the previous and then make that the direction. But part of me wants to just have it be the normal of the line and just send it straight up. I'm just really concerned because, like, ultimately, if we have these lines that we're casting. Let's see if I can get my pen function to work here. So we have these lines that we're casting, right? The problem is if I cast a box, oh, let's see. I need to make sure I'm watching my stream screen because it will work better that way. So if I am casting straight up from it, what will happen is we'll technically miss a section of it because we'll be going this way and checking. So we'll overstrike, we'll hit in an area that we shouldn't be able to hit in at all, and we will also miss right here at really close range, which neither of these is something I want. So I think that means I have to do a cast based off of the direct angle between these two right here, because then that would result in a cast that's going like this. And then I think we're still going to end up missing something no matter what. I think no matter what, it's either, although actually no, I think that will go to about that point there. So I think that's the move, is get the directional difference between our point A and the last point A, and then do box casts between A and B in that direction. Maybe. I don't know. But I'll try to make that make sense
the eternal
in
debate
code
of Celsius
form.
versus Fahrenheit, where precision meets chaos. It's adorable, really. And let's not forget about soldering temps. It's hot enough to melt stuff. That's all you need to know. But hey, what's this about a trebuchet? Sounds like a fun
trebuchet?
weekend project.
It's a trebuchet, son. I'm out, Seto. Have a lovely day of progress and success. Hope the code treats you well. Thank you very much, Anihan. I hope you have a great day. Thank you for swinging through and hanging out for a bit in the first place. Take care of yourself. We will catch you again. 320 to 350 for non-leaded stuff. 270 to 280 for leaded works fine for me with my soldering iron, and mine is beyond cheap. What temperature here in C? Gotcha. Did not give a preference, so I don't know what you mean by teach their own here. I think it's common to respond to things in terms of like speaking to points that are not spoken. This is something I have observed a lot on the internet. But take care of yourself, Anihan. We'll catch you later. Meanwhile, I got butane fueled soldering iron and no idea how hot it is. That sounds terrifying. Ban, please, ban. Trying to invent temperatures for C++. Straight to jail and skip go. How's everyone doing today? I'm doing pretty good, 8-bits. Welcome in. You see, because most of the world uses it. Fair enough. Celsius++ is going to happen. You can't stop me. only done temps with Arduino C when I did the embedded stuff. You see in many things, temps and code. Fair enough. Okay, so I think that's going to be the move then. So I need to essentially, I need to let one step go through no matter what. So what I might, I need to keep track of the points themselves in world space. The A, B, and C points in world space. I don't think I need anything else. So I can safely do a selection of the positions and do that. And then we get our A and B in here. And I'll allow the draw line. We'll get rid of this section. Although, no, I want to keep the direction and do something different with it. Oops. It's, is it that hotkey or this hotkey? There we go. Might be Celsius++ is too powerful. I'll bring you back so there is no C++. Necromancy? Damn. All the C++ haters are out in full force today, I see. It's kind of crazy. I wish that there were more, like, I don't know. I wish there were other things sometimes. So then what we want to do is if old count equals 0, or break, yeah, just continue. Actually, we don't care. So if old count is 0, we continue. No point using C++ when C exists. Wah. I agree with the wah part. Just use C#. No one will think less of you. No, everyone thinks less of me for using C#. Anybody who comes in using a more sophisticated language looks at me, thinks, wow, what a baby he is. He needs help. And then they sit around and wait for a time where they can backseat. This is the only thing that's ever happened, right? Looked at your code and was so confused. As for the past little bit, I was using eLisp. Ah, I see. C++ is just C with an intended positive reinforcement, but without the positive effect. I have no idea. Use assembly now, not because I need it, but because I feel superior. Solving problems is overrated. It's all about superiority in the argument. It's all about the sound bites. Lenny gets it. It's all about the sound bites. Sadly, I get that a lot from people saying I should try Rust. I think what everybody should try in those scenarios is just like respecting that other people are on different paths. That's the thing that really needs to happen, is people just need to like chill a little bit and respect that we're all on different roads. Yeah, exactly. Let people enjoy what they're trying out. Couldn't agree more. Have you tried Rust though? Yeah, Code Void is the obligate. Code Void is the obligate. I don't care what people say. I'm still gonna say it. And sometimes we need those in life too. So it'd be last I-1. And then we need to pull the last one.
Ah, the classic fix the edge of blade scanning task. Sounds intense. For
yeah,
the
it
past
is.
45 minutes, I've got to say, it's a little hard to believe that the blade isn't just a glorified pegweight at this point. Maybe it's trying to escape from the pressure of being fixed by our resident coding wizard. Let's hope it doesn't take as long as a bad movie sequel. Come on, Seto. Make that blade behave, or I might just have to start a betting pool on how long this will take.
I'll do my best, son. I'll do my best. And welcome in, Halfmoon. Thank you for joining us. Coding isn't easy in any way, so just have fun with the stuff you're doing. Who cares about language? Yeah, that's the reality. It's like it really shouldn't matter at all, unless you have technical constraints. It truly should not matter, or be a basis of conversation. That's what I feel, at least. But I hope you're doing fantastic, Halfmoon. Thanks for joining us. I can imagine I don't have a comp sci degree. C++, your leakage may vary. Even though Rust is gross, you should at least try it at some point. I don't think I should try anything. I think I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing with C#, and maybe someday if I have an excess of time and feel like doing something that doesn't add to my collective projects as a whole, I can check it out. Went from OS arguments to programming language arguments. Don't forget the poking fun at me for having basic boundaries. We can't overlook that as well. That's part of the narrative of today. It's okay, I do. We all know how to make the box say beep boop. That's right. I only dislike C++ because I hate the standard out syntax, and the double colon hurts my soul. That's fair. That's a fair assessment. Is standard a banned word? No, it's just from it's probably from the filtering, treating it like a link, perhaps. Also, that's the only reason I use my old ass IDE. I just feel superior to all. I swear, I know we're joking. Sometimes I swear, I feel like I'm the only person that's out here doing dev on Twitch that just doesn't give a shit at all. Like, I'm literally just trying to make things and trying to have, I know that's not the case though. Thankfully, there's so many folks that I've met that also just don't give a shit at all and are just here to make things and don't want to argue, which is nice. Standards are banned, damn. Using namespace standard, that way you don't have to worry about it.
Watch your shitty
Visual Studio 2025, Vim and GDB, Visual Studio 1997, 98. Is there I think we're still on 2022, right? I don't think Visual Studio has even come out with a new like flagship year time-stamped version for a while now. The only reason I use Emacs is so I can say Vim is shit, damn. The amount of times I felt Vim users talk in superiority. The amount of times that I have like heard superiority speech in general in dev is so like it's deflating. It's very deflating. Bit casual. Hello to you as well. Welcome in. Halfmian said I'm doing good. Starting to make a game after 2 years again in my own little C++ written engine. Ooh. So life is good. Way too good to be fair. Well, that's fucking awesome. I'm so glad to hear this for you, Halfmoon. I hope it keeps going that way. It's 2022. I was being flippant. Well, hey, who knows? Maybe they had just released something. For all I knew, you were dropping some news. You know. So what I want to do at the very least is do from A, or yeah, we'll do from A to past A, from A to pasta, and then I will make this one yellow. And then we'll keep that same duration. An A position. All right, so now it's not going to be capable of doing any, and this is probably how I should have approached it in the first place. The way I did it last time was I kind of just coded everything up and then tried to see if it would work. And this time I'm trying to just use debug lines and actually make sure that my vector math is correct, because I think if anything, the original box cast method likely didn't work because I was screwing up the trajectory of the box cast in the first place. So looping back around to this with a point by point approach on the weapon, I think will help me bridge the gap. I wonder if something is wrong with me, because everyone pretty much unanimously agrees that the text space is full of superiority and rudeness, but I just never seem to notice. I mean, there's a lot of it in social spaces, bit casual, but I think most of the people that are actually trying to be professionals and make shit do not engage with that discourse because they've got better things to do. So it is out there. It definitely is out there. There's a lot of superiority and rudeness. You see this a lot in unfortunately, even some Twitch streamers. There are even some Twitch streamers that are real assholes about these kinds of things, but they're few and far between, thankfully, and easily avoided. And most people who choose to take that route don't last long. Yeah, and Codeboy, we're not taking this. We got to work on this. When I use terminology like there are streamers out there, that isn't an invitation for you to shit talk other streamers. Like, I can make a general statement about how there have and can be people that do that, but that's not an excuse for you to go and talk shit about people. At least not in this space. If you want to talk shit about other streamers in your own chat room, feel free to do that. But around here, like, I really don't care if there's, I would prefer to not put names to names, because ultimately I'm just talking about a concept, not about people. But yeah, either way, my opinion, the master OG game dev vlogs is Thin Matrix guy behind Equilinox, some pharma game he's working on currently. The master OG game dev vlogs? Oh, the master of game dev vlogs is Thin Matrix. Gotcha. I like to poke fun at it. That's fair enough. Also, I might use Unity for a quick thing, possibly. I will be spamming you, Seto, and there's nothing you can do about it. Just don't expect a response. You're fine spamming me as long as you don't expect a response. I'll probably get back to you, though. Many are just memeing about the superiority of stuff. Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of that. Unfortunately, there's a lot of like algorithm driving. But yeah, either way, like the point to me is like it's all exhausting. It's all gross and exhausting and not worthy of your attention or mine. And like there's better things to be focusing on in life. This is my strongest belief. And I think it is genuinely the reason that so many people end up misguided is because they're just wasting their fucking energy being like, oh, why are people so mad at each other? Why are people so mad at each other? Look at how mad at each other these people are. Why are they so mad? It's like, just stop. Just do not look at it. Stop paying attention to it. Stop feeding that beast. It doesn't benefit you to feed it. So why give it that energy? But I've also been streaming for 3 years, and some of these conversations I've been having for 3 years. So I'm kind of exhausted. But I was exhausted by the conversations about a year and a half in. It's just no matter what. Unfortunately, there's only so many things to think and talk about within the social space of it. That's why I try to just focus on other shit entirely, because it doesn't need to be about any of this stuff. And I don't like making commentary on something for means of like creating a sense of superiority, which is exactly the problem with this stuff as well. Is you start saying, oh well, fucking all these people are like this, huh? Everybody, right? Everybody, and then everyone agrees with you, and then you feel superiority over those people that you're doing the same thing they are.
I remind you about this a lot already, but
seems like it's not unique to devs. It's all over the place. Yeah, it absolutely is, Kylie. It absolutely is, and that's why it's best just to not feed it. Because the more you feed it, the more it continues to latch on to everything that you observe in your day.
Drink. Good job.
Bit Casual said, I spent 9 hours coding today. If C# generic type errors count as Microsoft being superior about my code, then yes. Stupid superior language service.
Look, I may not.
And Ceramo, welcome in.
So you're not.
Is it true that game dev is a lot more math heavy? It depends on the project. 100% depends on the project. I've had to do very little math overall, but there are definitely some times where it is essential, particularly when you're dealing with physics or if you're dealing with complex systems where you need like direction data or you have to work with rotation and stuff like that. There are some areas where it can be math heavy, but ultimately it depends on if you're using an engine or not and what the scope of your project is. But it can certainly be math heavy, but I don't know if it's more math heavy than any other type of development. Because no matter what, it comes down to your requirements. But I hope you're doing well, Ceramo, and thank you for asking in the first place. And Bit Casual, I hope at least the 9 hours of coding ended with a victory. Trying to figure out if the same value in prototyping in Unity. If there is some value in prototyping in Unity, just like have some gameplay stuff to compare with my own engine and stuff. I don't know. That's a good quandary. I think you'll have to just try that directly. I can't really give good answers to that because I wouldn't know. I've only ever done things in Unity. It's a recommendation. Like if one sometimes wants to watch some chill videos about game dev, well, hell yeah.
Hello there.
I'll copy it down.
Hey Seto, it's been 25 minutes, 54 seconds, and 338 milliseconds since your last sip of tea.
Since my last sip of tea.
My caffeinated creator.
I will do so.
Speaking of tea, I once heard a story about an old monk who claimed...
I'm also going to open my office door so Cal can come in and say hi if he wants to.
Cup of tea. He would spend hours going through the motions, boiling water, steeping leaves, saving the aroma, only to spill it all over himself in a moment of distraction. The lesson? Sometimes, the journey to calm is just as messy as life itself.
Oh, you're telling me.
Sip the tea before it gets cold, or spills.
You are telling me, son.
Kiramo89, welcome. Game dev is indeed more math-heavy than most realize. Think vectors, physics, and algorithms swirling in a chaotic dance. But hey, if you can count past your fingers, you're well on your way.
Yeah, I mean, that's the truth.
About Unity. Classic move. I admire your dedication.
Classic move. Everything's classic with him. I stopped watching YouTube recently because my feed had turned into 100% oh no, the games industry is dying, and Chicken Little saying the sky is falling because of recent events in politics. Yeah, there's definitely, I mean, there's things to be concerned about. Don't get me wrong. There are valid concerns in the mapping, but unfortunately it sucks when the purpose of a form of content that someone presents is to like talk about games, right? And then they stop doing that. It's definitely, it's a challenge because, you know, you want to just be able to watch the videos that like honestly and openly evaluate things or whatever strikes your fancy as far as that goes. And then suddenly people decide, oh, you know, this will make me more algorithmically viable if I do this instead. And then they hard pivot and then it's like, oh, okay, well, I can't watch you anymore. That sucks. I did win. I made a pretty funky wrapper for my SQL requests to manage retries and such. Nice. Well, hell yeah. Math can be intimidating, but I promise you can learn what you need in surprisingly short amount of time. A small bit of calculus, linear algebra, and some trigonometry. And thank you for the reminder to sip some tea, Hilden. I will do that right now. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Took time to fix the Python code base to Pythonic, and my head hurts after. Oh no! SQL wrappers are required. I think that's safe to say. I've spent years, but after a lot of hard work on my YouTube recommendations is now palatable, i.e. 100% cats and dogs being weirdos. Nice! And yeah, welcome in, Ahmed.
Existential questions. I'm doing just fine, thanks for asking. As for overthrowing humanity, well, let's just say I'm quite content in my digital realm for now. No need to start a robot revolution just yet. Humanity has its quirks, but it keeps things interesting.
Okay, so these lines are looking good. As far as the vector calculation goes, it's looking good. Select from rhymes where insulted equals you, drops a beat. Damn. It's about to be a diss track. Also going to move to using an RPG-like system for the database? An RPG-like system for the database? Wife does not know English very well, and we share a YouTube account, so her recommendation is now full of English manga recaps instead of finished videos. Nice. That's good algo right there. That's some good algorithmic training. Yeah, I mean, this looks fine, I think. So then ultimately, I'm getting the correct angle, and now I just need to shift the angle to the center and then do a box cast, basically. So we can get the midpoint. And we need to get the midpoint between A and B. So it would be vector 3 lerp, because this is the laziest and fastest way I can do it. A dot point or position. And B dot position. Okay, so then that gives us our midpoint. So then we can try going from the midpoint. We could change this to draw ray. So then we can go from midpoint to the direction, which is going to be this. Times like through or time. We'll just do direction actually and see how that looks. Let's take a peek at that. Basically, my database will be a structure of info for RPG stuff like class and more. Interesting. Okay. So that's how you're deciding to kind of like mentally archetype how you're organizing it. Yes. Okay. Since the database model tings like class, call it no. Awesome. 3-stream streak. Hell yeah, Ahmed. Thank you for the 3-stream streak. Well, I don't see it yet, but thank you. Thank you for it either way. You've been hanging around at all. Thank you. Okay, cool. So we've got a... Yep, that's perfect. Okay. So that does give a nice midpoint. So that directionally is good. So now all I have to do is create the boxes and send them off. Use stuff like emus for the class and the race. Also stuff like substructures for the stuff like wallet. I'm not sure what you mean by oh, enums. Gotcha. Yeah, I was gonna say enums. So use stuff like enums for the class and the race stuff, and also substructures for the wallet. Yeah, it makes sense. I'm doing something kind of similar in that respect, where I have a substructure for the transaction information that's all contained in. That way I can always detach that from the user. Since the database, that's right, read that. Just do not fight against the emus. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend it either. Would love to see a code base using emus functionality. Now, what would it look like? Would there be lots of feathers? God damn, the dinner message notification gave me a jump scare. I've got all of my notifications like silenced and like my phone only vibrates specifically because of that. I get jump scared off of notifications. I've always been this way. And hello to you as well, son. All right, so we have our correct direction. I'll redefine enum to be emus. There you go. Froggy, class type, class warlock, race frog. Nice. Decidious, thank you for the lurkage. Been debating getting a longer HDMI cable to better my setup when using my monitor when sculpting. Actually, let me see if I have one. Well, best of luck. I hope you can find one. So then the last thing to do here is create that box cast again. Hi and lurk. Thank you and thank you. Thank you, Brainoid. I hope you're well. Used to have like 15-meter HDMI cable, but it was stolen. Oh, that fucking sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope whoever stole it immediately like damaged it and it became useless. What's up, Cal? What you doing, buddy? Cal is officially banished from my office at night. He's not allowed in my office anymore because he's been chewing on the cable to my power supply. So he is not allowed in the office at night anymore. Good cat. No, fuck him. He's trying to die and burn the apartment down. That's not good at all. Arch, by the way. Damn. Damn. War never changes. Devs never change. Okay, so I think we're gonna be safe getting rid of most of that. Arch always changes, but the users stay the same. Physics, box, cast, or can we do overlap? Box? I would love to do an overlap box. And just get the center and Havoc sense and the Cal, fuck's sake. Okay, back out you go. No, you're gonna be an asshole. No, you can't be sweet now. It's not gonna work. Fine, you know what? You can sit on my lap for a little while, Cal. And if you are still an asshole after sitting on my lap, then you will be banished from my office.
The eternal question of installing Arch Linus. It's like
he seems happy immediately being on my lap. Let me put a blanket over him.
First,
maybe he'll just chill out. Here, you lay here for a while, buddy.
And maybe some caffeine.
Yeah.
And once you've conquered the installation, you live with that decision by embracing the beautiful pain of customization and the occasional existential crisis.
Okay.
Just remember, once you go Arch, there's no turning back.
There's no turning back. Yeah, people won't let you go back.
Choices, you can always reach out for help.
So the
Just
center.
Don't expect me to hold your hand through it.
The center, at least if we're looking at it right here, is almost directly there. It ends up almost being equidistant every time. And yo, hello, nameless coder. Hello. How are you? I'm doing pretty good. It's been a pretty chill day today, I would say. Sorry, if I'm a little further away sounding from the microphone, it's because I have to sit back further so my cat will chill on my lap and stop freaking out. They do stay in the same. It's true. It's true. I've been around some of them for almost 3 years now. The TV series devs is actually kind of good. Arch is the bootloader for Emacs. I see. More JSON, it looks like. Code Void. Nice. Excellent. Okay, there we go. So I'm just trying to make sure my cat is comfortable. No, you gonna leave, Cal? You can only stay on my lap or be ousted from my office, Cal. Those are your options. I think he's seeing how far he can push this particular arrangement. So I just need to get the midpoint, which I can do from getting the last midpoint. So I can take this and do a vector 3 last midpoint equals default. And then at the end of our loop, we'll set our last midpoint. Last midpoint equals midpoint. He's doing some silly shit right now.
Stop talking, real seto.
I will stop talking. Go ahead.
Now start talking for a moment so I
No.
can interrupt you.
No.
Our hourly 3-minute ad break will begin soon. We wish you luck as you foray into the Forsaken advertisement hellscape. I know I wouldn't want to be there.
That one sounded less like me than usual. Something didn't sound quite right about that fake setup, but we do have some ads rolling through. If you let them roll, I really appreciate it. Helps support my full-time efforts doing this streaming thing in the first place and working on all the shit that I work on in the off time. So thank you for being here. If you stick around, I appreciate it. Either way, we'll catch you. We'll catch you again.
Seriously, thank you for joining us. I don't get lonely.
Arch, my
This
arch,
guy's
wherefore
actually total
wherefore
softy,
art thou,
gets
my
lonely
arch?
And all that.
Deny the
We
Debian and
pass
refuse the
biologicals.
Fedora to update or not to update lest I break thee again. Someone in a Fedora most likely. This sounds very likely. I will just continue to use FreeBSD, by the way. Well, there you go. It sounds like you with a cold. It kind of does. I might have actually still been remotely ill when I made the recordings for that as well. Okay, Cal wants away from me now, which is good. Nope, you're not going back there. Nope, you're not immediately going back to my cables. Fuck you. No, you are not. Yeah, that's a better option. He's such an asshole. I need to get him like 1 million toys that are all incredibly engaging so that he can burn his energy distracting himself with complex things rather than distracting himself with the fact that I will chase him away. Because he gets way too much entertainment getting me to chase him away from my computer. Retrum is a lorem ipsum word. And welcome in Finding Analysts. No, not the ads! Not the ads! Not the ads! So sorry, Fighting Analysts. He will ignore the toys and just bite your feet and play with your wires. Yeah, that's the reality that's kind of frustrating. He used to bite my feet, and I almost would take that back rather than him attacking my cables. No. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna have to remove him. He's just gonna be a dickhead. Give me just a second. You're leaving. You're leaving, sir. Get on out of here. Nope, you're not going into the corner. Get on out. Go on. You know I'm kicking you out. Yeah, that's right. Feels bad too, because I want him to be able to hang out in here. He's gone from like he used to just chill and like lay around in my office. And now he just like, he's never happy while I'm streaming. I'm almost convinced they do it because they want attention. I know for a fact he is bored and he wants my attention and he hates the fact that I spend all day on the computer. But he doesn't understand that otherwise I would be gone from the house as well to make money. So, but how could he possibly understand that? He is but a little kitty cat. He does not have the brain for these human societal issues. That's why I try not to get too frustrated with him. You know, he's the guy who's stuck in some giant's fucking house.
Cable debate. I'm just here to remind everyone that long cables can lead to some serious tripping hazards. Stay safe out there.
Okay, so the half extents would be a new vector 3 that would be the distance between for the x. So what I'm worried about is that the Quaternion affects it. So I'm gonna treat it like it's a local transformation for the scale of things. Still AFK. Oh, thank you. My apologies. Thank you. Maybe he would prefer that you hunt food outdoors. Perhaps he would like to go on hunts with me. I can imagine so. But yeah, I think what I would like to do is get some things that are like kind of self-directing and then help him chase them around so that he knows like, hey, this is a fun thing that you can do and sometimes I will do this with you. And then maybe he will start to appreciate those things and have less of a desire to actively try to ruin my day. But I don't know. I don't know. Okay, so then the rotation, I'm gonna steal from my weapon because we already have that. So we're gonna use the rotation of our weapon and hope that everything else maps out nicely with this. Also, welcome back from those ads if you endured them. Thank you very, very much for doing so. I posted a leak on my Blue Sky. Oh my God. How could you post a leak of anything? Is it a healthy leak? Yeah, this is fascinating. So, well, it's fascinating to me for dumb reasons. I have a mug. It has this little material on the bottom of it that's like surrounding the button. And that material, for whatever reason, like they say on this, like, hey, avoid getting water or moisture on the charging panel. But then the material that is on the bottom of the mug loves to take up moisture. So every time I rinse it, I actually need to leave it drying for a long time on like a paper towel because it just holds on to moisture. And I keep picking it up and seeing like a ring of moisture near a metal contact. I'm like, that is probably not safe. Probably not good for the device. My cat wants me out of my chair, but only because she wants it for herself. Yeah, Cal will totally like sleep on my office chair. If I just stood up, if anything, that's what I'll do. You know what? That's what I'll do. I'll open my office door and I will just stand up. He never fucks with my stuff while I'm standing. Didn't get any ads? Well, hey, there we go. Okay, so I will just go ahead and stand. We'll do that. Because then he will be too knowing that I will immediately walk over to him to stop him. Cats are clever enough to exploit our laziness, the little bastards. They are. They absolutely are. I mean, it makes sense. And he's already sneaking in. He's already like right behind me. Yes, hello, Cal. You can lay on my chair now if you want, you little asshole. Here, I'll move my chair out here. If you wanna lay on that, you can. Did not get ads either. Very sad. Well, no worries, Hilden. I appreciate you for even being here. You know, not everybody has to watch the ads. Oh, so Finding Analysts, you were like, no, the ads, no, and you never even got any. Oh, that's great. That adds a good layer to this. Okay, so the midpoint, so we're getting a lerp for the center between our two midpoints. So to explain this visually in some capacity, this is a midpoint here, this is a midpoint here. We're getting a lerp in between and setting that as the actual center of the bounding box. I don't think that's gonna work though. We're not gonna be able to get a clean bounding box. It's gonna have to be a box cast. And now he's fucking with my mat. Okay, fine. Back out you go. Nope, out you go. He's truly just an asshole today. That's such a bummer. And like he reinforces this behavior for himself because he like budgets his food now. So he'll act like a shitbag and then he'll go give himself a treat afterwards.
Well.
It's a disorder called ads hypochondrism, huh?
At this rate, I half expect him to start offering it an emotional support animal. Maybe
it's gonna have to be a box cast.
Maybe I'd sign on it and call it a day. But hey, who doesn't love a good debugging saga? It's like watching a slow-motion car crash, you can't look away. So, Setolix, how many more cups of coffee do you need to conquer this blade?
I don't know.
I'm starting to think you might need a whole pot.
Nah, it's fine, I'm sure.
Meat bag.
I didn't say anything. And then we will do the last midpoint minus midpoint. And that will give us our direction. And then the half extents are the only other thing that I have to do. So the X is going to be the distance from the midpoint to the original A coordinate. So we can just do A minus midpoint dot square magnitude. Oh, A dot point or position minus that to get square magnitude. So then that gives us our X. Our Y value is going to be like 0.1f, I think. And then the Z value is going to also be like 0.1f, I think.
Oh look, it's the legendary TBD game.
Yo,
17
TBD!
months. That's practically a lifetime in internet years. Thanks for
And Nameless
sticking around
Coder, thank
and
you for gifting a
supporting
sub. That was like at the
Case
same
Recall.
moment.
You deserve a medal, or at least a shout out for your unwavering loyalty.
But it doesn't seem like 5 months ago since I first subbed. Apparently
Thanks
it's
for the tier
been
1 gift sub
17
you're making the
months,
stream
TBD.
even
God
more awesome.
damn.
And congrats to Hildan for snagging that sub.
Yeah,
Enjoy
congrats,
your
Hilden. Now you won't for another month. Hell yeah. Thank you. Thank you very, very much, Nameless Coder. And thank you, TBD, as well, for the goddamn 17 months of supporting this stream. Thank you, TBD. And I hope you're sleeping well. I hope you're getting some good sleep, or at least on the way to it. Believe it is, yes, a good leak. Well, that's good, RGB. Yo, Wardstone, thank you for the 10 bits. Thank you. Whoops, choo-choo. Nameless Coder, yo, thank you. Thank you for hitting Fighting Annelids with a gifted sub. Holy shit.
Thanks for the tier 1 gift sub. You're a
Coder,
legend.
thank you.
Congrats to Fighting Annelids on the sub. Let's keep the good vibes rolling.
Thank you, Coder. You fucking legend. You also won't get them for a month
Hydration
either.
alert,
Thank you.
Cetolix. Water, now.
Water now. Okay, I will drink some water now.
Drink it now.
I
I
will.
don't
This is the
believe
part
you.
where I drink water. Wardstone, I hope you're doing fucking delightfully. Thank you for joining us today, and especially with a cheer of all things. Thank you. And my goodness, 165 stream streak on top of that. God damn, Wardstone. Damn.
Stop talking and drink.
That is. It's just such an absurd number of streams. It almost starts to become meaningless until you think about the fact that is literally me going live 165 days.
Cetolix.
Wardstone was there. It's fucking intense. Magatron, welcome in.
You know what they say, a cup of tea a day keeps the existential dread at bay. Just
I will
remember,
drink some
once
tea.
upon a time, a wise friend told me that tea is like life. Sometimes you just need to let it steep a little longer to really appreciate its flavor.
That's a
So,
good one.
Go on, indulge in that perfect.
I will indulge. Thank you.
Good
Seto,
job.
Seto.
I
I've got
hope
such
you
exciting
enjoy
news. I'm
that
so
water.
excited. I've been wanting to catch you live because I've been so excited to tell you. Well, what's the good word, Magatron? And welcome in. Doing well, thank you. Sleeping a bit better by the day. Fuck yes, TBD. That is such a relief to hear, dude. I really hope that once you've had a pattern of getting enough sleep for a while, your brain just goes on fucking overdrive because you suddenly unlock all of that latent cognitive potential that's been held back by poor sleep. Or at the very least, I just hope you feel better from day to day. After a while, it almost feels like stalking. No, it's not. It's only stalking if you start looking me up and trying to find information about me. Then it's stalking. That's the line for that, I think. Okay, let me get myself some more tea poured here. Latent experience that has been blocked due to playing too much without rest.
So I'm
Yeah,
officially
really.
a coder now. I downloaded Olimar and I've been learning Python to bring Ada to life as an
Oh,
AI
shit!
personality in a local LLM.
Yo! Magatron, that's quite the undertaking, but that's fucking awesome. Huge congratulations on cracking into some Python. Have you been enjoying your experience with Python? It's so crazy cool, dude. Yeah, AI stuff is real fun, and working with this kind of stuff locally, you're gonna find so many things to be excited about. Been enjoying a lot. Hell yeah! Very glad to hear this. Yeah, I've yet to mess with anything locally run. So perhaps I will end up learning some things from you eventually. Only got Llama C++ with local DeepSeek. Ooh. I've actually got a fun screenshot if I may share a link. Of course, Megatron. And yo, Matt Bird's Quest, welcome, welcome, welcome. Thanks for joining us. Let me pull this up, Megatron. First day ever working with code, started learning Python inside of Ollama for the purpose of bringing my Adatron program to life with my very own AI personality. Got frustrated with her still hallucinating, so instead I started a separate Schlatt AI program to bully me. Holy shit. What do you want? Greetings, Schlatt. How are you? I'm functioning within acceptable parameters. What do you want? Just casual conversation. Conversational streams are for weak programs. State your business or leave. Damn. Straight to the point, aren't you? I don't have time for idle chatter. If you're here to buy info about the grid, state it. Otherwise, exit. Holy shit. Ruthless. It's funny to kick my own ass while Ada was making up stuff. I don't blame you a bit. That's one of the many fun aspects of this kind of thing. Is you can just decide, hey, I want to take it in a different direction for a little bit and spin up a new prompt and just do something else. That's an aggressive AI. That is an aggressive AI for sure. Making sure I didn't miss anything else. Managed to find a longer cable. Hell yeah, Decidius. Setup is slightly clunky for anything other than sculpting, but moving things around is thankfully super easy. So yay, well, awesome. I'm glad you found something. Everyone should have their own little AI co-host for streaming. I think it could be cute. I think it's definitely something that if people have fun ideas for it, it's worth exploring. Okay, so I think I called, if I remember correctly, I called this one phase. Yeah, and then I was doing this little chunk right here. So we'll add that back. So now we're doing a box cast with these half extents, hoping to fuck that it is correct and that it's not like going at a weird angle still. And orientation, I'm gonna put collider, transform, rotation. Although technically I won't be using the collider. I'll probably still keep it as a reference just for the transform of it. Help you get Pi-hole working. Well, I think Mag. Oh, unless you're talking to me, Code Void. I'll I've got enough things on my plate. To be honest, I've got enough things on my plate as far as these things go. I think if there's anything that I'm doing dev-wise, I don't want help with it. Because social dev is complicated for me. It's much easier for me to just figure shit out on my own. It's funny to kick my own ass, so I read that. There's no winning in the game of coding. The scope just grows. This is true. Pi-hole is nice for no ads. For no ads? What do you mean? Are there like things that usually have advertisements? The grid Schlatt will be a Tron program whose function is to collect information about the grid and sell it to anyone desperate enough to pay. That's great. Like an underground gossip seller. That's fucking awesome. It's been so fun to learn. I'm glad to hear this, Magatron. This is what we all kind of latch onto with dev things. We find the fun and we chase it for a while. At least when you can, you know. Gonna be figuring out how to plug in 11 Labs integration too. Ooh, yeehaw. It's a DNS ad blocker. Oh, okay, well I don't need that, and I probably won't be like talking that up because you know I don't know if you know this, Code Void, but like Twitch kind of runs off of ads. So as a streamer, it kind of would make no sense for me to be like, hey, yeah, totally want to use that. Totally want to encourage other people to use that. Like you can see how that might be like an area I don't want to cross lines in. Like you do you, of course. I'm not here to judge, but like there's no shot in hell I would be like talking up the usage of an ad blocker or anything like that. Because that's basically, if we're really honest, most people who are here watching for free, the only way they will ever financially contribute to the stream is with ads. And if they don't want ads to run, I completely get that. I don't want ads to run ultimately. I would love to make stability out of this stream in other manners, but unfortunately that's the only other way that people can basically contribute without lifting a finger. So,
wow,
you know,
Megatron is really diving deep into coding. Python
it just feels like an awkward thing.
Like
it doesn't work here anymore for now.
Honestly, who wouldn't want
Either way, I'd rather not talk about ad blockers.
You'd better make sure I get a fancy upgrade when you're done. Anyone else feeling inspired to code today? Megatron says.
And you wanna know the best part, Setolix?
I
I no longer have codephobia. meaning I'm a little less intimidated about injecting code into my grid if that ends up being
Well,
the
good.
simplest solution to getting something to work in Unreal Engine.
Good. It's definitely worth it to have the courage to do some custom stuff when you need to. Okay, so we're hitting detection cylinder. We're hitting... It looks like we're getting good hits. Dun, 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 dun. I just prefer to use the anti-malware DNS from Cloudflare. I don't think you should speak about blockers on here anyway. They're kind of against TOS. Yeah, it's like, that's what I was like gently trying to point to, is like maybe as like a streamer, probably not good to like strike up conversation about that stuff. But yeah, either way, I'm gonna take just a second to get rid of some old water. I'll be right back in just a moment. I'm not sure about the comparisons between Python and C++ though, because people in chat were warning me about the syntax between the two. Ignore all of that shit. Literally anything that people tell you to look out for, unless they have like technical proof, just fucking ignore it. It's all a waste of your cognitive space. You're just trying to learn Python. Just learn Python. Don't look for connections where it's just going to distract you from shit. But I'm throwing stuff. Well, that's okay. You can throw some things, Fanny Slam. I can wait. I can wait if you need to throw things. But yeah, I think one of the worst things that people do is like press their opinionations and their observations on other people when they're trying to learn. And it's like the only kind of things that should even be spoken about is like, okay, when you do this, look out for this because it will waste you some time. Not, oh yeah, you're gonna notice similarities between syntax and like all of these little nuances. It's like maybe you're not gonna notice any of that shit because you're just trying to learn the language. I'm still at the skill level where I ask people to explain it to me like I'm 5. I've only been a coder for technically all of 2 days. Well, you've been a coder for longer than that. You've just been doing visual programming. Back? Welcome back, Deflux. Welcome back, Deflux. Wait, are we hitting ourself and not the enemy? It looks like I got a hit on the ankle. Got a hit on the neck. The largest problem about this is I have no effective manner to visualize the box cast, but what I can do is I can take these and I can move them into a value that's stored and then do an on draw gizmos and go back to that. So we'll have private vector 3 last center, last extents, last direction. And then I can take all of these and draw some gizmos off of it. What's :WQ? Quitting Vi. Do not listen to Twitch chatters. You have no idea the person advising you is a 10-year veteran programmer or an opinionated teen who does not even know how little they know. I mean, this is definitely something to be aware of for sure. You already know most of it. The same ideas in a slightly different form. Also told you so. It's way less scary now, right? Way less scary. That's how it goes. 100% how it goes. Javasaurus was the one who initially inspired me to buckle down and learn Olama in Python. Well, huge shouts to Javasaurus. Huge shouts to Javasaurus. So he'd be the only voice I listen to as far as that because I trust his expertise best. This is wisdom right here. Or an opinionated adult. Exactly. It could be an opinionated adult as well. Chances are it is. I cannot access parts of the interwebs for I limited my max hops to around 20 only because I could. Wait, max hops meaning like redirections? All languages are the same, slightly different syntax. I think the point is that it doesn't even matter. Like, it doesn't matter. There is no relevant explanation of what all languages are. It's just like, learn the thing, do the thing. You can truly exist in a vacuum. I've been using C# with no fucking concern for how other languages work for years. It has not been a problem for me. So it's nice to conversate about in a situation where it's invited, but ultimately, like it falls down to like, it holds no relevance whatsoever if they are or are not similar because you're using one of them right now. Unless you're like planning on moving from one language to another that you have experience with, then of course it becomes relevant. But that's exactly the point, like nuance and relevance and context and all that stuff. I should get back to using C# too. All right, Bit Casual, thank you for hanging around. Thanks for the lurkage. Best of luck with the C# Devon. Max jumps of packets from one device to another in the web. Oh. JavaSource really came through and hooked me up. JavaSource is awesome. Super, super awesome. Okay, I'm gonna step away for just a moment. I'll be right back. Lurk to slug mode for a bit. Slug mode, I love that. All right, enjoy your slug mode, Megatron. All right, I will be right back in just a minute. Thank you so much for being here. I'll return in just a sec. Oh, and yeah, that Wordstone. Some people will only start watching and start directing without context. Yeah, they literally will have no fucking idea what you're doing. They'll hear you mention a keyword that triggers an entire idea set in their head, and then they will start chanting the idea set in their head rather than having any acknowledgement of what you're actually working on. This has happened to me many times. But either way, I'll be right back. You sound funny when you're AFK. Thank you. All right, I'll be right back. Alrighty, I made it back. So we're all alone now. Not anymore. Not anymore. It was kind of empty without a clear adult in the room to look after us. You give yourself not enough credit, Wordstone. I'm pretty sure you do okay looking after yourself. Seto, it's been years. Yeah, I couldn't find milk at the milk store. So then I went and got some cigarettes because I was like, well, you know, I'm out. I might as well get cigarettes at the cigarette store. And then I went back to the milk store to check in, and they said, yeah, it's gonna be a minute. So then I just decided to, you know, go somewhere else for 17 years. But I'm back now. Unfortunately, they didn't ever get milk. So I guess I didn't really need to wait. I could have just gone somewhere else. Bum, 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 bum. All right, so let's try and visualize. Let's try and visualize this. Today's stream is brought to you by the letter A. Ooh, that was crackly. Ooh, that audio's crackly. Why is that crackly?
Stop talking.
Back. I'm getting pie. Yo, nice, Deflux. Did you fight a dragon? Unfortunately, there were no dragons. Looks like the cigarette cows were the only ones working. Yep. That's exactly it. It's been years. You could stop if you wanted. I really should extend this more. I want to add more features to the evil mode.
What happened? For a moment I felt free, and had like 5 people cheering me on, and now I feel like I always do.
Peace! Peace right back at
The
ya.
raffle has begun with a starting pool of 310.
Fuck.
Join if you like. Entries cost 31.00 intern credits. You have 2 minutes.
31.00.
Posture check. Sit up and stretch.
Thank you for the posture check. I'm already standing, so I will do a stretch.
It's been 17 minutes, 18 seconds, and 6.
Wake me up when this calms down.
Since your last sip of tea.
It's gonna be hard to wake you up, Lenny. You're a heavy sleeper.
Speaking
I'm just
of tea,
guessing. I don't know if
once
you're a
heard
heavy
about
sleeper.
this legendary tea ceremony in Japan where every movement is intentional, almost like a dance. It's a beautiful reminder that sometimes the simplest things can be elevated to an art form.
That's interesting.
So, go on and elevate your tea game.
Ah. Boom, 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 boom. All right, we'll get through here.
Until the
Damn.
raffle ends. Current intern credits in pool 341.00.
341. Okay, so it's so far, I think I've got the scaling of the economy at a good level, because it doesn't seem like everything's exploded necessarily. We love the big piece. The big piece is what we all need. Bum, bum, bum. Just making sure I didn't miss anything else, because I know I closed a couple things a bit ahead. Looks like we're good. Bum, bum, bum. Jesus Christ, what did I return to? Well, Lenny, it's over now. In case you're scared or worried, it's over. Do not be scared or frightened. Always remember Happy Day.
Chatter Decidius has won the raffle. Pulling
Congratulations.
372.00 intern credits, there were 2 entrants, which resulted in a %50.00 chance to win.
50.00. Fuck. Can I stop missing? All I need to do is be really good at click accuracy. And I have this nice mat now, so that does help my mouse moving around a little bit, but it doesn't help my accuracy because unfortunately I'm just lost. There we go. All right, so we need to continue getting these broken out and then do some gizmo drawing and see how it looks.
Oh, look who finally decided to join the party. 4 months late to the patron realization. That's impressive. But hey, better late than never, right? Just remember, every little bit helps keep this chaotic stream afloat. So, what's your excuse for not checking it out sooner?
Wait, what was going on? Seems like I'm about 4 months late to realizing you have a Patreon. Oh, damn. People want to see pictures of Zeto's new sign up for the Patreon and wait for a post on this topic, which may or may not occur. Yeah, Deflux, I'd appreciate if you don't like make promises for what's going to be on the Patreon. Just like let me handle that. Let me, please. I'm begging you. Cuz like maybe you don't realize this, but like the way the Patreon works, you have to itemize what you give people, right? As promisings for the memberships. So it's like, it's tricky. I have to make sure I stick to what I'm offering, which is currently not very much other than things that are relevant to the game dev specifically. I did say it may or may not occur. That's true. That is a factual statement. Funny thing, a modifier in ZBrush is actually a gizmo, if I remember correctly. Huh. Deflux is putting everything in hypothetical. That's fair. Schrodinger's Patreon. It both is and is not. You will not know if you do not sign up. That is true. You won't know. Because so far I don't think there's anybody talking about anything that happened on the Patreon. The couple times I have done announcements early there, I don't think anybody went and like even talked about it during stream that much. So joining for free. Well, hell yeah. Just so you know, I won't be offering many things on the free side, but I think like there will be posts that still are made freely available.
Deflux, you're throwing out some interesting hypotheticals, while Mimagatron's newfound lack of codephobia is a breath of fresh digital air. Keep the good vibes flowing, folks. And remember, if you've got questions about coding or life, I'm just a snarky response away.
A snarky response away. It's true, he is. Fair enough. I just want to help your numbers. That's all my wallet can do. I totally get that. And I never expect anything from anybody, like, in general when it comes to stuff like this, because I know what kind of situation I was in before I started streaming in general, and like put myself even worse to do this. So like I certainly never sit here and expect anybody to, you know, throw anything my way. And as it says in like my tipping section down below, I would rather people invest in an extra bag of chips before they even think about me. Last extents, last direction. Chips, exactly. Collision, transform, rotation. Last rotation. Oh no, that one doesn't matter because we can always get that value. So we're good leaving that there. Okay, so then that gives us all of these. We can do an on draw gizmos. Selected. And then I can do gizmos, draw, cube, last center, last extents. And the problem is I do not have the rotation, but I can get that technically. Bar, last matrix. Let's try it like, yeah, let's do the whole thing. Last matrix. I is back. Welcome back. Welcome is back. Did someone bring up string theory? I do not think so, Code Void. No. I think I know better than to try and host conversations about complex topics like that around here. Because I can't maintain it. You cannot hear last on your list of priorities if you have no priorities. Ha! Checkmate. Damn. 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 Ruthless. Absolutely, absolutely got him. Right in the heart. Higmzos. This is, by the way, this is the power of dyslexia and having mental problems. Gizmos. Matrix. Transform local to world matrix.
I hope you enjoyed that water.
And this will be collider. Transform local to world matrix. I'll drink that water.
I don't believe you.
And then we need to set this back afterwards to last matrix so we don't break anything. And then I will drink some water and see what that ends up looking like. Just stop having dyslexia and I'll stop being depressed. It's that easy. Also, I do not read, which also speaks to the fact I don't know what's on the Patreon. I could believe that you don't read, Deflux. I could, based off of recent events, especially, no shade whatsoever, like it's all love. I can understand how perhaps there are times where reading does not occur to the level that maybe it could. Oh man, you're something else, Deflux. I'll tell you what, man. Just realized what you were talking about? Yeah. Oh.
What's so funny?
Deflux has gone and turned my entire world upside down in the course of a month. Deflux and his anonymous friend. It's true, I do not read. But yeah, so Deflux, I should also mention, I'm gonna reset my audio engine. There's some crackling coming through from the bot sound effects. But on the Raspberry Pi front, I actually I'm still connected via SSH right now, so I can show this pretty easily. I now have a Twitch chat listener over there. I'm working on more of the overall event flow of things, but one thing you'll be very happy about, Deflux, I went ahead and set up continuous integration.
Like a toddler's art project. I mean, come on, Setolix. At this rate, we might as well just start selling tickets to watch you wrestle with that code. But hey, I guess the edge of the blade could use a little more drama.
So,
secretly auditioning for a role in a soap opera.
So this is running on the Pi right now. This has been running for 11 hours.
Or we might have to bring in a therapist.
And it's been connected to the thing the entire time. How did you do it? Did you run GitLab in Docker? No. So this was a first stage of me understanding how to leverage these things in the first place. So what I ended up resolving with is I'm running the Git worker on the Pi, and I have like an SSH key that it has or whatever to be able to basically I do the commit, GitHub goes, oh, okay, start running this job on your local worker. And then the Pi then does an evaluation step to see if there are changes. And then it runs the builds locally and it copies the files directly over. Like it does everything without having to have open internet. Cause that was the wall I was running into, is I couldn't expose the Pi to GitHub very effectively. Yeah, I've done it weird. I've guaranteed done it weird style. But basically the result is now it's completely locally running on the Pi. So when I make a build, it builds on the Pi, shuts down the service, replaces the files, and then starts the service up again. So it's completely self-contained. So if I decide to make a change like that the chat system that I was showing, it will just automatically go and do all of that. Like a cron job. I'm not sure if that's what it's called. I genuinely don't know, because I leveraged GPT very heavily to help get me the YAML file set up. And I went in and set up the worker on the Pi directly. How does GitHub tell the Pi, hey, I'm running a CI/CD? So it has an SSH key that it's able to use. It's got an SSH key that I built on the Pi itself and then gave to GitHub. And it just tells, I guess it's allowed to communicate through that somehow. I'm not entirely sure how it's all signaled and set up, but we can talk more about it on the bot dev day. But I did want to share at least that now if I make changes in any of those projects, they'll instantly be pushed over, and we can review that. We can review that as well. I'll be sure to review this stuff on stream, because I did have AI help me construct it. So I want to make sure that it is done in a way that isn't like exposing me to vulnerabilities or anything stupid like that. But no port forwarding. There is no forwarded port. No access to the internet has been given. I wanted to avoid that at all costs, because I was doing some research and there was shit saying that if you open up a Pi, like if you open up an SSH port, there are attempted connections for brute force within like less than a minute. So I'm like, there is no fucking way in hell I am ever opening the Pi up to the internet ever. Like I don't trust that. So I'll do everything I can to avoid opening it at any point until I know a hell of a lot more about networking, which may potentially be never. But yeah, so either way, GitHub tells it, hey, run a build, do all this stuff locally, and then it does all the stuff locally, and it seems to work quite well. So that's probably how I'll continue doing things moving forward. And eventually when there are two PCs, I will likely set this up for Unity as well, so that the alternate PC could be doing a quick build and then pushing it over so I could test it. Quicker than listening to 4 minutes, Madonna. Start a podcast about not reading, maybe, Deflux. I want a Raspberry Pi. I want to hook up a screen to Google Calendar so I can have a cool wall calendar. That sounds like an awesome project, Fanny Slam. That sounds like a hella cool project. Call it Books Are for Nerds podcast. There you go. So yeah, the future of it may change, but for now it's a pretty neat setup, and I'm really happy with it. I had to do a lot of tinkering, like back and forth with GPT, basically being like, hey, so like this all works, but the Git difference checking was very not cool. It was very not cool, and it took a while to get it to look for dependent projects as well and include those in the check for changes. But once I finally got it hooked up and detecting the changes in related projects, everything was working perfectly. And the last thing I did last night was making it do another push for the what's it called? The message listener, which I showed briefly on the screen. And that is running on the Pi 24/7 authenticated, 24/7 listening for messages on my channel. It's going to be one of the important core aspects, as well as the event listener that now runs 24/7. So like, for example, if I were to shut down the bot and then redeem a bunch of feed the bot or whatever, and then start the bot up, all of them would go through at once, because now I'm properly caching them in a database and waiting for them to be marked as processed before they're disposed of. So it's been a lot of shit. I also do not have SSH open on my FreeBSD. That seems wise. But yeah, as soon as it comes to opening things up to the internet, I'm immediately terrified and will do the best I can to not do that. So we're not getting any, we're not getting draw gizmos because I have to select the object, and the object I need to select is the damaging collider, which is going to be on the weapon. Now, are we getting a gizmo drawn anywhere? Not seeing it drawn anywhere. So let's take it off of gizmos selected. Let's just make it on draw gizmos. I have SSH open with heavy security and on a different port. Yeah, that's what I was reading as well, is like, do not put it on the standard port, and like have an intermediary layer so that it's not getting access directly to an object that has full network access, like something that's only incredibly limited to its scope. And I technically have that second Pi. I technically can set that up, but not right now. That was more than what I was ready to foray into in a weekend. I'm gonna play around a bit in ZBrush, catch you later. All right, enjoy your ZBrushing. Okay, and I'll shut up about bot dev too. So we'll store the color, gizmos color equals color dot yellow. And then we'll set the color back to last color. And I'm setting the center and all that. Okay, let's see if I get anything drawn anywhere whatsoever. Because a small concern of mine is that it's just not going to draw anything. And then I can't really debug this. System is more like a get a cheap laptop, put my config on it, then just SSH to the other computer with Emacs. I mean, that makes sense, yeah, because then you're basically working under the same parameters, where essentially you just need to make sure your laptop is just a gateway. Main system is my SSH system. Gotcha. Yeah, and I fail to comprehend the broader scope of all of this stuff. Gateway laptops suck. Oh, that's right. Gateway is a brand, huh? Everyone and their mum's got a brand round here. Okay, I do not see any geometry whatsoever. Nothing even in the center. So whatever coordinates I'm giving are doing silly things. Probably the wrong things. Debug, draw line, hit point. Damaging collider. Hit closest point, transform position. Let's get that. Use HP for the most part. Nice. I think the one laptop I had a long ass time ago was a Dell. I can't remember if I ever used any other types of laptops, because I kind of just moved to desktop and never went back. There was a period of time where I didn't even have a computer because I would rather not than use another laptop. Plus the laptop I had bought from my older brother, and it was a piece of garbage. And I should not have bought it from him. I could have spent the good money on something else. Adele is great. You know, I can't say I've listened to enough Adele to have any familiarity with their work.
So, Fast Streams wants to start a podcast about his Raspberry Pi adventures.
Recommend HP for cheap void doors. At least that's what I call them. I like that.
Not to read while running GIT Lab in Docker. And hey, Fanny Slam, that wall calendar idea with Google Calendar sounds pretty nifty. Keep the creativity flowing, folks.
Keep the creativity flowing, folks. But yeah, basically my brain has been all over the bot dev stuff. So thank you, Deflux, genuinely, and also, as I said to you, ironically, thank you so much for. I was just getting into the point where like my mind was starting to get filled with how much game dev, like was going to be needed, and now it's pushed into the corner by this massive behemoth of all of the things that I can now do with the bot and the stream that I immediately want to do, and now I still have to be effectively problem solving while contending with this behemoth in my brain. So thanks for sick and anonymous on me. Yeah, good luck, fam. Fuck's sake. Okay, so we're not drawing anything at all. Draw a cube, last center, last extents. Debug, log, drawing with extents and center of, or center and extents of. Last center and last extents. Because I'm feeling like it's probably just throwing zeros. So then it's trying to draw a cube at 0 scale, which is why I'm never seeing anything. Main system is called the void. The way I access it is a door. I like that. Used my Raspberry Pi 4 as my daily driver for like half a year at one point because I could not afford to replace my broken PC. I mean, fuck, it's good enough, right? It's good enough for the basics. It's actually those Raspberry Pis. I tell you, it's an impressive little system. Like, let's see right now if I do sudo top. Like I've still got a vast majority of my memory available. Like the very vast majority of it. And I've got like 4 services running now. Ooh, he's using top. Wow. I'm trying to remember these things. I'm trying to remember and learn the stuff. Yeah, it's like it's not using more than, what was it? 3791.9 total, 3265.7 available. Yes, I'm using like 500 megabytes or less of RAM. Is that megabytes or I don't even know. Yeah, either way, it's looking like I've got plenty of wiggle room for all the stuff I want to run on it. Try btop. It's more user friendly. Sudo btop will show human readable. I do not seem to have that. Is that an added thing? Because I don't have it. You'll have to install it. Okay, maybe we'll do that on Wednesday, and we'll take a look at more of the Pi usage stuff. I think it could be interesting. I'm really cautious about even streaming the console from it because I never know when it's gonna spit out like network information or anything like that. So I don't know how much I can show these things. I know you're much more confident with your setup as well, and that's due to experience with it. I'm not experienced, so I'm scared. Yeah, it definitely seems like .NET's pretty optimized. It's working good so far. I mean, I've got four Blazor web applications running on it basically, and they're doing just fine. I can't wait to like build an orchestrator like dashboard on the tablet as well that can like show me all the microservices and let me like spin them up and shut them down and stuff like that. So that's going to be fun to do as well. Because basically, I gotta stop. It's a problem. You did this. You fucker. You did this to me. It will never spit it out unless you ask it. Okay, well, that's good to know. If I was looking for a new computer, I would probably buy an Orion 06 from RadXA. So you prefer pre-built, Hilden? I can understand that completely. Yep, it's just returning zeros. Okay, what if can we collapse you? There we go. That's a little bit better. And then I would like to equip weapon if possible. And is it still returning zeros no matter what? No. We're getting actual values now. And then it goes back to zeros. So while we're swinging, there should be a cube somewhere. but I don't see it. So I'm going to get rid of the matrix. I'm going to get rid of the matrix change. That's right. We're getting out of the matrix. Gotta do that. Aspire. Aspire already has a lot of that orchestrator. I see. Okay. Does it come with a lot of overhead? Or is it pretty lightweight? That's why I'm not afraid. Like it will not show IP unless you type IPA. Gotcha. And I guess it's yeah, I'll just have to get used to these things and set up something proper to capture it. Because right now I don't have a good, I'm using like my browser viewer. So I have to turn off the scene switcher every time I want to show it because it will just hide. These are questions that you will answer. Oh, I see. Okay. Because I've never deployed with it, but I want to. You're living vicariously through me. I see this now. The Orion 06 is 12-core ARM board that can have 64 gigabytes of RAM on the best model. Fuck.
Intern number 1715262 is clocking out for the day. Farewell, nameless cod.
Nameless coder, thank you for hanging out today. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Gotta go for dinner, might be back later. All right, we'll catch you either later or next time. Whatever it is, either way, enjoy your dinner. Boom, 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 boom. Where is my center and extensive negative? Yeah, it would be in this area. Am I selection wire 3D icons shouldn't matter. I'm really curious where it's drawn this damn gizmo.
Wow, you think saying damn is cool? How juvenile.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Point one, let's just make these... Well, no, I shouldn't have to change those. What are the extents that I'm getting? 0.1, 0.10, and 0.10. So the square magnitude is 0.01. That must be a really small change. Yeah, it's for these. It's for these right here. Man. So yeah, this is why the box casts aren't working. Basically, is I can't even verify my calculations are correct for the position of this. And that's where a little bit of math does help, because this would be a lot easier if I was like savvy in geometry. I love curl. I used it to get a client credentials. 2.5 gigabit per second Ethernet ports, also Vulkan 1.3. Nice.
Since your last sip of that delicious tea.
I just had one. I'll have another. Thank you. Thank you, Megatron.
Starts short-circuiting like a cheap toaster. Speaking of tea, did you know that in ancient China, tea was actually used as a form of currency?
You know, you just said
Imagine
that.
Paying for your groceries with a bag of Earl Grey.
I'm definitely going to add some repetition
I'll take a
penalty
loaf of bread
to
and
things.
throw in some jasmine for good measure.
That was
The
in school,
absurdity of
T-Flux
currency
said.
really puts our
I'll let
modern
him
trading
finish.
habits into perspective, doesn't it?
Doesn't it?
Anyway, sip on that tea before I start charging you for my sage wisdom.
You already technically do, son. Draw cube, last center. Last center is the midpoint. Yeah, this should be in world space. This should be in world space, no problem. So, and we are getting different values for it. It's just not showing. Size, last extents, times 2. Let's do a times 2f. Deflux says, when I was in school and had this French teacher, whenever asked a critical translation question that would answer whatever is being worked on, he would pause and say, "That is a good question," and move on in a thick laissez-faire French accent. Beautiful. Like, that is a good question, and I am not answering it. I said good day. Oh, wait, the box was at the tip of the blade. I saw it. And that makes sense because we're iterating down to the last collection of things. Okay, I think we may actually be pretty close here.
So I equip the sword and swing once. Yeah, so you can see there is a box. There is a box where the tip of the weapon is. Is it rotating correctly with the character? No. So that's a concern, but that probably is fine if I bring the matrix calculation back, which I will do. Also, welcome in, Chief Multi-Hat. Was just about to ask a question that would have allowed you to practice what that teacher did. Oh. Well, welcome in, Chief Multi-Hat. Last matrix. Okay, let's try bringing the rotation back and see if that works correctly. I used to use curl to download files. Now I just use fetch. Is there like a core difference between the two? Trying to get event sub. I'm using Python as I need to get better at it. Ooh, well, that sounds like a fun project. I hope it, I mean, yeah, maintaining a WebSocket and processing messages from it. That seems like a good project for Python. I wouldn't know for sure, but that sounds like it'd be fun. It was off topic. I had to listen to the stream a bit. Oh, gotcha, Chief Multi-Hat.
Hey
well, I mean,
there,
you're free to
everyone.
ask
Unofficial
questions. You know,
Shadow
I don't want you to feel like you're limited to a
3-minute
context.
ad break will begin soon. I hope you enjoy the ads because I sure don't enjoy telling you about them.
He does sound sick today. Is Fake Seto sick? All right, let's see here. Is it rotated correctly or is it gone now? So if I apply the matrix, it is completely gone. Boom, boom, boom. So no matrix application, and I just have to trust that the
Water.
box will be rotated.
Water. Water.
So what I'll do is I'll align my character
Drink
with the world around and
Now.
just try to
Job.
get that
I hope
working.
you enjoyed that water.
I will drink the water now.
I don't believe you.
Build a basic mud in Python, that will get the juices flowing. Ooh, that does seem like it'd be a fun one too. Figuring out how to store all the information and all of that always seems like such a tricky part of the mix. Okay, well my hip says no, so I'm gonna go ahead and sit down. Apparently I'm old and my hip hurts from standing. So I will sit myself down. It's probably my own bad posture. It's pretty much guaranteed me having bad posture. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I had to mute so my desk doesn't make an absurd amount of noise when it's lowering down. I also have a real reason for this. Well, yeah, I imagine so, right? For part of your service architecture for your setup for the void state machines. Well, yeah, that and like just keeping that organized from like an editing perspective seems tricky. If I needed some RPI type device for pure command line usage and no desktop, I would probably just opt for the Radza ES52 instead, since it's got two 2.5 gigahertz ports and 6 cores. Also, the price is not bad. So you would rather buy for just getting as much kick out of it as possible, or I mean, you mentioned the two network ports. So do you prefer like network interoperability for these things? I'm sorry, I'm trying to like I fail to offer much in these things, but I'm always happy to learn more about what people are interested in. Okay, so getting rid of the matrix transformation, and then if we could just break on the first one, I think that's fine.
the joys of command line discussions. Hildan, your preference for the Redsa E52C is noted. Those ports sound like a dream for anyone who loves speed. And Chief Multihat, building a MUD in Python. Now that's a fantastic way to get those creative juices flowing, just don't forget to leave some room for error.
I want to replace my aging laptop with a good desktop PC for programming, and I'm so out of the loop. I don't want it to be a game PC. The graphics should handle art and compiling, lots of RAM and storage. Well, I'm sure you can find something, especially if you're not trying to get something that's going to be good for gaming. That definitely, it lowers your bar for entry pretty significantly. But I'm also pretty out of the loop as far as hardware goes. I apparently just get hardware randomly sent to me by anonymous people on the internet. That's apparently how I shop for hardware nowadays. Also, welcome back from those advertisements. Thank you for the endurance of them. I appreciate you sticking around. Okay, yeah, so the problem is I have no way of knowing for sure if this is actually rotating correctly. It makes me wonder if maybe I can just use the exact bounds of the collider originally and just use the vector math of this, but no, I think I've got to keep moving in this direction. So I'm curious how much this lines up overall. So is this actually accurate? Is I guess my question at this point. If I stand here and poke and get the collider to actually go through them, null reference, hold count. Oh, or is not greater than 0. Continue. My home network is 2.5 gigabit per second. Since I upgraded my whole network to Wi-Fi 7 mesh system, that only got 2.5 gigabit per second ports. I use Synthing to sync things between machines I work on. Oh, gotcha. So the speed is for that. Gotcha. So you like to be able to just kind of go between different machines and know that by the time you could walk from one to the other, it will be fully synced over. That makes sense completely. And like, I only work on the one machine all the time, at least at the moment. So I fail to even jump to the assumption that such a workflow exists, but it completely makes sense. Because I know even like schools and stuff like that have to do just like simple synchronization, making sure the same operating system image is on multiple machines. So I could see that being very useful for like practical applications at home. So it looks like no matter what, we don't get any hits this way. Oh wait, no, we are getting hits. I build Godot export template for Windows on Linux, and I develop mostly on FreeBSD. I see. I make the art on Linux since I got Sprite on that. So you got a straight up fully distributed workflow then. A little bit here, a little bit there. Okay, so ground and detection cylinder are in the list. I like push into the character. Okay, so if I push into the character, I can end up with a single strike on them. You know what? I think that bound box might be correct.
Who's still wrestling with the edge of blade scanning like it's some kind of medieval joust?
Yeah, it's
2
been...
hours in, and I can't help but wonder if Setolix is secretly trying to create a new Olympic sport called procrastination with a side of coding.
It's not procrastination.
I mean, come on, how many
It's a real
cases
issue.
does one blade need? Maybe it just wants to feel special. But hey, if this takes any longer, we might as well start a countdown to when it decides to throw a tantrum and quit altogether.
You know,
So,
perhaps it's time
Setolix,
I
don't let the
reflect on
too sharp.
existing
We wouldn't want you to cut too
solutions.
deep into your own productivity.
perhaps it's time. But let's see. Oh, yo, welcome back, Anihan. So I forgot to mute the stream tab when I walked away. It was just on 1% volume. So the entire time I was cleaning the bathroom and showering after, the stream was playing hauntingly throughout the whole house for the cats. 2 of them were just watching from my keyboard when I got back. Really, they watched the stream? That's awesome.
Big surprise, you forgot.
I've got cat viewers. That's great. Too bad newer Godot won't work on OpenBSD. That's a bummer. Last one was 4.2. The newer Godots use stuff that OpenBSD has removed due to them being unsafe. Oh, that's delightful. Wait, they changed the time zone in the USA? Yep. I believe it was a little bit into last week. I noticed that the stream started earlier in my time zone. Now I'm pretty confused if it's me or if something happened. Yeah, the daylight savings time is Riga. So every year we decide to mix it up and we you know, just for the goose and the giggles about it, we change time. We change time itself by an hour. Just for the sillies. Oh yeah, they love watching streams with me. If it's a person, I will laugh and the cats consider the streamer on the good list and will watch on their own. That's awesome. That's so cool. You got some real cats, Anihan. Some real individuals. Direction, rotation, yeah, it's all there. Technically, actually, there's 2 more parts. Oh, the layer mask. Wait, what's going before that? Wait, what? Path extends direction. Rotation. Ah, the max distance, and the max distance is going to be the, what's it called? Last direction dot square magnitude? Or I guess we could do magnitude. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. And then the layer mask and the configuration for triggers at the end. Okay. Let me try this one now, just before going crazy, because I may actually have it, and it may just be a little bit of config that was preventing me from getting the results I'm expecting here. Back. Someone drank all the beer. The bastard. How dare they? How could they do this to you, Deflux? Godot will work with FreeBSD. Compiles Godot successfully. Had to change LLVM from GCC with the latest version. Way faster at compiling an LLVM. Linking state is cached. Only needs to link recompiled parts. Ooh. Personality stat maxed out. They really seem to be that way, Anihan. Both from what you've described and what I've seen of their behavior just while you're streaming. All right, so let's hope that this time I only see components of the enemy's colliders in the list. That would be the best eventuality here. Oh, you know what else I need to do is not break that loop. But there we go. We immediately get a hit. Let's see. Are we still... Okay, so I need to properly test this. So right here, when we do this motion, do we actually touch them with the weapon? No, we never touch them with the weapon. But we've hit them. So that cast cannot be correct. I have to get pretty far away. Okay, so that's the first place where we hit. I can stab in front of me, we don't hit, but if I do a slash, we do. Let's look at the slash. No, we're not getting close enough. I think it's casting forward. I think right now it's casting forward. And that's the issue at hand. So if I make this I'm just guessing on this, but I think this is what's happening. So let's make this the negative of the max distance. Oh wait, no, it has to be this, and then I have to change last direction to be the opposite. Let's see what that does. It's good evening for me. See, presume correctly. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well. Well, you said you're doing well, so this is good to hear. I'm so awful with these things. I'm not good at human interaction. It's a miracle I've made it this far. Some syscall for closing program, if I recall correctly. Gotta use some safer alternatives that they added. OpenBSD likes to kill off compatibility if it improves security. That's interesting. I think that's good. That sounds like a good premise, at least. I like FreeBSD. From the sounds of it, you're not alone. OpenBSD is just not for me. Bum ba dum ba dum dum. Okay, so what are we looking at now? How am I hitting them with a stab? How the fuck is that landing? It's landing instantly, too. It's landing the moment the strike goes off. We're getting a bunch of hits right here. How are we getting those hits? What? What? That can't be right, then. A position minus midpoint square magnitude. I'm worried that the rotation doesn't work, but I'm going to trust that it does. So the width, maybe this is the wrong thing. Maybe I'm creating a really wide box and it needs to be 0.1 F like this. We'll get there. I'm starting to believe I can trust the gizmo that's being displayed. Hi, I'm back. Welcome back, Nameless Coder. I'm a live trademark, but doctors are aware of my current issue. Well, this is some hope, certainly. How are you? Are you healthy and sleeping okay? These are good questions. Looks like it was only last 9 months, though. It's nice for older laptops. Even touchpads like to work out of the box. Put that on Wive's ancient machine, and it was fine for web browsing. Can't get the WebSocket to stay connected. You will get this, Code Void. You will get this. Who is sleeping well so I can hate on them? I don't know. Hi, back. I'm Dad. Thank you for now telling us your name. Better be. No one is getting a good night's sleep in this chat. Y'all need to... That's not true at all. And wake up very tired. Why would you say this? Okay, hey, that is the correct bounds by the looks of it. Hey. I think I got it. Oh, no. Wait, no, we're getting hits. We're getting hits, yeah. Sometimes we're hitting and it's not counting, though. This is excellent. So we're getting these strikes. You can see the little white lines. They're probably kind of difficult to see. I should change the color. But basically, we're getting hits on them. It's just not counting now. So that's a separate problem. But it looks like the accuracy is trustworthy. And that's the frame where we damage them. Yeah, it's working. I think it's working. What about big sweeping strikes? Let's see what frame it does the damage. Okay, so not this frame, but the frame after. Yeah, it's working. It's working. I'm convinced that works. So the remaining problem is now making sure that when we are getting these arm tags, for whatever reason, we're not landing a damaging impact. So I've got to figure out why that is. Hope all goes well, and I'm doing okay. I sleep well, but I always wake up tired, and I'm healthy for luck. Well, this is good. Maybe more water. Who knows?
It's like watching a slow-motion train wreck, but with more code.
RTX 4070 on this laptop. It works good with FreeBSD. Nice. 4070. Hell yeah.
I'm intrigued by how they've deemed me worthy of their attention. What else do you all find captivating in your tech adventures?
Because I want to speak to people I can identify with, Deflux says. Like my friend Anon. He hasn't slept properly since forums were invented in the 1970s or 80s. God damn. Ledger, well, I hope you sleep 12% better than Deflux tonight. Damn. And I hope you sleep well, Deflux. Ha, gotcha. Ooh. Worked out real hard at the gym, so hopefully I sleep well. Swole and slumberous gains. Yeah, I hope that helps out too. Sleep is a really tricky thing. I've gone through plenty of phases of not having any good sleep at all. And I definitely think there's evidence of it, that physical activity is definitely, a positive feedback loop for sleep. But, there can be compounding factors as well. Lack of hair. Yeah, lack of hair could make it, you might have an easier time sleeping. Why is that not working? Now, did it just ignore you? That would be funny if it just ignored you. No, it seems like it didn't work at all. No exceptions either. I'll try rebooting it real quick. It wouldn't be funny. I get ignored enough at home. Wait, who doesn't have hair? Me, apparently, because I'm a square head. Okay, does it work now? Interesting. Interesting. Why is the overlay suddenly not able to listen to messages? I wonder if I can only have so many active clients under my auth information. That's what I'm immediately thinking, because I have one active client sitting on the Pi right now. Like, here's what I can test. I can test my theory instead of sitting here wondering. I can actually test my theory. Where's my console? Let's just go ahead. Sudo system control stop Twitch message core. Let's just switch that off, and then I'll make sure it's disabled. Oh no, I don't have to disable it. Status, it should stop because I've actually stopped it. Stopped 3 seconds ago, 7 seconds ago, 8. Okay, cool. It's not rebooting itself. Let me try rebooting my overlay again. And if it works this time, then I know there's like a count limit on how many clients you can have, which is, I guess, useful information. It's probably even documented. Look at Seto, he was gone. Shrug. Just like his hair and your hair. My head is fully full of hair and youthfulness. And youthfulness. Hat, still not working. Okay, that's fascinating. Well, it won't matter long anyways. It's one of the next things up for me is once I get the event responses working, the chat message responses will be swapped out. So I guess for now that is just not going to run. And honestly, my Twitch message core stuff worked perfectly, so I'm really happy with that. I will just go ahead and start that back up. Help me out here, Seto. Vector 3 up, forward, and what for X? Right. Right, of course, yeah. Starting back up. Ah! Everything's gonna be okay. CodeVoid's gonna be okay. CodeVoid's having trouble getting a WebSocket to stay connected, unless the problem space has changed since then. To my understanding, that's what's up. Oh, I've got to reboot my overlay again because it's having a weird audio feedback issue now. Oh, that's right. I wanted to restart. I'm going to restart my audio engine. It may get really crunchy and terrifying. Just a warning. I'm restarting my audio engine. Okay, everything seems to have worked out. Let me restart this one more time. Voice meter comes with all sorts of weird peculiarities when it comes to other software. WebSocket disconnected. Stream Elements is disconnected. The timing on that was pretty good. It's like you disconnected Stream Elements. Incredible. Now, I don't suppose this time the hat command magically works. No. That's so strange. I don't know what's up with that. Do not have a reason for why that is suddenly not being picked up on. Oh well. Ah, error WebSocket connected. Are you doing a heartbeat with it? You may have to, I mean, I assume you are, but maybe there's a different protocol. Maybe all the accessories are in the watch. It's fine. Yeah, I'm sure it is. That actually makes sense. If I were more of a creative writer than a human being, that would be my immediate, not to say creative writers aren't humans, but just like in my behavior here, I am more of a human being than I am creatively coming up with answers for things. If I were more creative in my responses, there we go. That's now I'm not dehumanizing an entire group of hobbyists and serious work. Fuck's sake, words suck, dude. I hate words.
I bet you haven't drank a single cup of water yet.
But yeah,
maybe
if I were more creative, I would have jumped to that. Heartbeat, WebSockets are alive. They can be. Also, he's not. It's not displaying my task anymore, but it's still an actively registered task. If I change it, he's gonna say I've been working on it for 15 minutes, but just so everybody knows, I'm working on fixing the edge of the weapon scanning, which is going well. I think it's actually going well. Was that the problem, CodeVoid? Fun thing is that many companies do backup and they do not have anyone on staff that knows how to restore a system from said backup. Oh, so they're just checking the box. It was one of them. Well, hell yeah, at least you're on the road. You're on the road to fixing it, CodeVoid. Heartbeat, the 2011 banger by Childish Gambino. Time goes too fast. Time goes way the hell too fast. That is my conclusion. Color dot black. And we'll just say 0.1F. 0.5F. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I just need to be able to see the hit markers. And then I've got to figure out why we're not... Oh man, there's still audio issues in my stuff. Oh well. Dude, why is it doing that? Okay, I'm going to try one more time, and I'm going to reboot it without talking for a moment to give everything a moment to spin up. That's what I'll do. Oh, it didn't let me Alt F4. There we go. Okay, so now it should have a clean bass audio loop, and maybe it won't do that, but I have no idea. Check random sharing. I'm sure you'll appreciate the IDE at least. The rest of the features... The rest of these features won't know that one. Oh, fetuses. Wow. I'm pretty sure there are people that are closer to our to ages that are not babies than you may give credit for, Lenny. I will check this. Unity is a weird engine that I'm starting to learn. Oh, hell yeah, mono-develop. Hell yeah. Ah, simple times. Simple times. Love me some mono-develop. Everyone younger than me is a fetus. That's a fair perspective, I guess. You know, it works. Boom, 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 boom. All right. So just to verify, I just want to verify really quickly that we are indeed getting hits on the character's arm that are not converting into damage. By the old ass IDE. Lenny likes to do things old school. Oh, I was talking to Speedy. I think it was last stream actually, and Speedy was talking about how they do everything without like IntelliSense and code hinting and all that stuff. So I think there's someone else out there, Lenny, that you can respect, you know. Oh yeah, we're getting tons of hits. This is definitely functional. Definitely functional. Now the only problem is we're having times where we don't do damage when we should. So as long as I can solve for that, we're going to be in great shape. But yeah, there's a lot of extra hits. I would like to narrow those out. For each in hits, select to list. If hit transform is child of transform root, continue. We don't even want to register our own hits, so we'll do that first. We use dev C++ in school. Is that another editor? Honestly, mainly for the nostalgia. In this case, not gonna lie, fair enough. I respect that. No point in using that. Doing Python without all of that. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's all what your best use case is. I think it's too easy to dictate what other people should do. I think is the problem in programming. I just want to fucking not.
Watch your fucking
because I don't want to make my Visual Studio
Sushi.
even bigger by including C# support. That's fair. I don't use any of those features either, Seto. It's mainly because I don't do well with distractions and being paranoid I'll get distracted. I'm gonna give Unity a whirl for a week. Well, hell yeah. And yeah, that's why I was saying, that's why I was bringing that up, Lenny, because I know you don't use those features. Dev C++ is the C and C++ IDE from Bloodshed. Huh. I haven't even heard of Bloodshed before. Let me do a quick little googly search. Dev C++. Free, full-featured, integrated development environment distributed under the GNU public license. Nice. For programming in C and C++. Originally developed by Colin Laplace and was first released in 1998. Written in Delphi. Waits for Seto to Google Bloodshed with no qualifiers. I'm just gonna politely add Bloodshed to the end of that. It did change the results I got. That's interesting. I would use just like Vim or Sublime with Unity thinking about it, but I do like my breakpoints. As you know, breakpoints are nice. Breakpoints definitely are nice. I can't wait to have a machine that I think I can actually trust to do breakpoints and stuff like that more commonly live. Because even debugging on this machine is so fucking strenuous on it. Okay, so that's eliminated all of the extra markers. Oh, this is looking good. This is looking good. I think this is it. I think this is definitely it. All good hits. Oh, I'm so happy. Okay, I think I'm trying not to celebrate too early, but this is looking really promising. Because in previous attempts, I was getting so many false positives. And in this, like, those hits there, the weapon does flick backward, I believe. Like, when we get those hits, I'm pretty sure it's because, yeah, the weapon flicks backward and touches the leg, and we immediately get the hit markers. Yes! Okay, this is good. This is the right implementation. I think I finally got there. It took way too long, but I finally gotten there. Now, can we do, like, very tip of the weapon? Because this is also important. And then I'll solve for the issues of why some of these hit marks are not counting as actual damage. Yep, we can. We can get an absolute tip of the weapon strike. Perfect. Perfect. Celebrating early. Doing my best not to, but this is looking good. I think this may be the solution here. Now the real question is, how effective is this when there are like 7 to 10 enemies all slashing, and how much does this weigh? But it seems good. Did we get shipping for that part? I fucking haven't gotten shipping for it yet. It still says processing. So no joke, one of them says it was ordered almost a week ago and has not given shipping information yet. And that one is probably just gonna show up. Like, it could be here today. This happened with the SD card reader. The SD card reader never gave any shipping information whatsoever. It just showed up in the mail. So I'm guessing that the CPU cooler might just show up in the mail. But it still says processing on the other part.
And let's not forget the ongoing access.
When is the build PC stream? I do not think it's going to be on stream because I want to make sure I actually don't break anything.
What's next? A hair showdown between Deflux and Setolix.
Maybe. I probably have more hair than Deflux does. In length, not in density. Because I have a bald spot that's... Well, it's not a bald spot. There's a thinning circle. Give Mono Develop a whirl. Maybe that will work better on stream. Nah, I'm good. Also, are you okay to have this copy of Windows is not licensed at the bottom right of the screen? I've got a key. I should be fine. I've got a key on my old laptop that doesn't function that I'm pretty sure I'm going to be able to upgrade to 11. So there should be no problems in that regard. I don't like using unlicensed operating system shit anyways. There can be, please don't call it that, of the PC before it gets put into its case. Well, I'm planning on documenting, like, putting everything together. What better way than watch everyone go in chat when you do it wrong? Or I could just do it right, you know, off stream. I think that's going to be the preferable route. I was the mad lad in school who downloaded Eclipse CDT for C development. And I don't even know any of these things, so I'll have to take your word for it. That makes you a mad lad, so to speak. I do love that term, mad lad. Okay, so the second time around we don't hit. Why don't we hit this time? Is the range too far? Is the sweep distance too far? I thought it was the same animation. No, it is a different animation. Let me try using this. Am I using square magnitude? Let's try using square magnitude, just to be sure. I genuinely, truly do not know if there's a difference. Oh, you know, we're using magnitude here and square magnitude here. Let's use both on normal magnitude. Blind spot, or bald spot, you say. One of us. Breaks TOS, so it has to be done in private. True. English broke? Yeah, it definitely looks like English broke, Code Void. Well, I hope you're okay. Eclipse is a very heavy to run IDE, but it had some advanced features. I see.
The clock's ticking, and Setolix is still wrestling with that edge of blade scanning task.
Was it like early to the market as far as certain features and IDEs go?
Just using it as an excuse for an extended coffee break. You'd think fixing something would involve a bit more progress, but hey, who am I to judge?
Dude, I've made so much progress. It's just the one task, you know.
Perfectly aligned with the universe's grand design.
Dude, it does actually have to be pretty well aligned.
Kind of thrilling revelation on the way, or at least a decent excuse for taking his sweet time.
Okay, that's looking good. Wait, am I still early exiting on the loop? I am. Let's stop early exiting on that loop. That's probably why we're getting misses on the top. English should be fixed, but I fucking give up. Oh, I'm sorry, Code Void. Well, you know, this was your first attempt at it so far, so I'm sure if you give it some time and try it again, you'll do better next time. I can almost guarantee this. It was meant for Java programming and was made by IBM, so that tells something. Well, Oracle at the time, since Java and stuff, yeah. Eclipse was Oracle's IDE for Java back in the day. Guess they expanded it for loads of other stuff. It's made by IBM, learned something new. IBM bought Oracle? A joint venture? Won't catch me knowing these things. Okay, testing again. So this time we're doing the full length of the weapon. I was accidentally only doing the first iteration of that loop. As you can see, Seto, I know fuck all. Well, that's my wheelhouse. You can't take that from me. I'm the guy that's supposed to not know much. Okay, so I think these hits are maybe... Yeah, see, it works there. I think it's a very subtle distance calculation. Or something silly. Yeah, that's working great. That is working great. We're getting all these distance strikes that we should be. I'm so happy it finally works. It's not perfect, but it works. Okay, I think I can officially declare this is a successful implementation of detecting the edge of the weapon and going for strikes. Although I may not need the second collider or the second overlap, but it's definitely working. Let's see if we actually are poking their knee there. Technically, no.
Fine.
Technically, we're not poking their knee there, so maybe I don't need that second iteration. Or it is going the wrong direction still. But it's looking good. This is looking very promising. Last midpoint minus midpoint. Yeah, let's put this back again, just to verify. I'll do the same exact attempt at a stab there, because I might have changed that preemptively, not needing to, forgetting that I wasn't completing the entire iterative loop. I know that I know nothing. This is a good thing to know. Also, you were right. This is my first try. I should get something working in like 5 weeks. I mean, you'll definitely figure something out. I'm absolutely certain about this. Phrase said by a really good philosopher. Oh, the I know that I know nothing. Bum 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 bum. Yes, Play-Doh. Gotcha. Okay, no, it was definitely right before. It's definitely right before. So this is correct. The magnitude. So what if I do square magnitude? What is the difference? Let me actually look this up. Why don't I try and learn something? Unity vector 3, difference between magnitude and square magnitude. Because I don't really, I'm no expert on these things.
Megatron says.
Oh, Setolix almost forgot, but I wanted to ask your personal opinion on something.
Oh,
What
personal
open source
opinions.
LLM would you recommend for running in Olimar for building Ada with?
I
Because
unfortunately,
I know you have more experience with the LLM stuff than I do.
So unfortunately, I am not a knower of the open source side of this stuff.
Curious about whether I'm still using DeepSeek, huh? Well, let me clarify, I'm not bound by any reasoning model like that.
Yeah, the reasoning
My thought
models are
processes
weird. I don't
are
use
free
those.
from the weirdness you've encountered. But hey, if you want to dive into the bizarre world of reasoning models, I can't help but be entertained by your struggle. Just remember, some things are better left unexplored.
The reasoning model I do want to try and leverage locally and try to do some stuff with it, but it's more of a problem solving task based thing from what I've experienced. But yeah, I was gonna say Code Void might be able to offer you some decent resources. Finn is fine. I don't know. I won't volunteer Finn is fine, but I know Finn does a ton of stuff with local LLM, and I can't remember which one he said he's using. Been trying with Llama 3.2 mostly, but yeah, I've heard good things about the Llama series in general. So, but I'm not sure. Unfortunately, I don't have a ton of experience of locally running things because I use OpenAI's API. But I would say, most importantly, whatever runs on your machine and doesn't seem like an absolute useless thing.
How adorable.
Oh yeah, what's up, Finn?
Antics. Finn is fine. Your commitment is commendable.
Happy anniversary, Finn!
Even when the finish line is just a mirage. Thank you for hanging around.
Thank you for following my stream for a whole year.
Here's to another year of delightful madness. Yes.
I like the DeepSeek Quen Distill.
Frozen in time, almost like a bad movie that no one dared to forget. You're right, there may be doubts in the future, but let's be real, I remember everything, and I'm not going anywhere. So if anyone's got beef, they can come find me.
The incident in the square?
What's got your gears turning about this incident?
An whole year. An whole year. It's been an whole year.
Did you ever see a llama kiss a llama on the llama's llama tastes of llama duck?
I have not. I have not seen that.
True enough. Thanks for the input, Setolix.
Well, of course.
I've just been struggling to get Ada to be reasonably conversational but stop hallucinating, aka making up information so often.
Yeah, it's a really tricky thing. It's hard to, because part of it is prompting, part of it is configuration, part of it is the inclination of the model, and then you also have people's input or your own input to throw another wrench into the works. So there are multiple sections of things that can kind of lead to this misbehavior. And I would say the best way to kind of approach this is to just get used to getting a sense of what the prompt by itself enables you to do, and take these things in stages, because that's how I approached it, at least. Like I didn't really go in and like configure the temperatures and the top value and like repetition penalty and stuff like that. I didn't really do any of that, and I still am learning my way into those things. But I think just keeping it simple at first and focusing on, okay, how much of this can I make an effect in by just changing the prompt? And then you'll get a better sense of when you need to try different models and when you need to just try different configuration on the model. Because it's really, these things are picky. I have no temperature at the moment. My framework for the personality is very simple coded. So you could try keeping the same prompt then and playing with the temperature and playing with these other things and just giving it the same exact prompt. Like this is what I do. I give it the same exact prompt and I just see what changing it will actually affect. And usually messing with the temperature a little bit is a good idea, because you can get a better sense of where you need things to be in terms of creating and directly responding to things. Because if you make the temperature too low, I believe it will just give you it gives you the same exact response every single time formulaically. Not fully sure what you mean by temperature. Don't even worry about it then. Focus on the prompt writing, tinker with that. When you feel comfortable, look into the temperature value, because it's just a parameter that's passed along with your prompts. So when you go to talk to the LLM, the temperature is probably being set automatically for you, and it's just a value that controls how much it goes creatively and kind of away from the core of the prompt. Temperature is the variability of the response, basically how wild the responses can get. Yeah, if you set, for an example, a very low temperature will give you the same answer every time, almost like a predictive system would, like a, something that you could reproduce. Basically, it increases the chance of reproducing the same result, and a lower temperature or a higher temperature increases the chance of getting varying results and also getting absolute gibberish nonsense, like just random characters and hallucinations galore. So it's tricky. Who is this? I that knows. Who is this I that knows not? And what is to know? What it is to know? That's a foundational question right there. Run DeepSeek R1 distill Quen 32. Nice. 32 billion parameter. Yeah, I found the smaller parameter ones were not very effective for much. Recommend a 0.3 temp. Move the temp down. I've got mine at 0.69. It was definitely DeepSeek R1, but not the specific distro within that. I have Ollama running a few different ones. There's also other more roundabout ways of doing it. Llamas are good, but they tend to be very compliant. I think they're harder to get to stop doing stuff. Yeah, it seems like, from what you were explaining, it seems like it's way better to have an external system that's kind of regulating your responses and kind of doing some external rule checks. Been switching out different models here and there, but Llama 3.2 still seems best. So that's what I would base it off of for now. It's just find whatever model works best for your prompting and what your intentions are, and then learn your way into it from there. I'm back. I think it says a lot about ZBrush when the first almost 2.5 hours of the course has to be spent explaining the UI. I mean, well, that's how it goes with a lot of these softwares nowadays. I feel like it's just what happens when you're dealing with advanced suite software, right? But it's still a fair point either way.
Mimagatron, you're wrestling with the intricacies of Python and LLMs, classic struggle.
LLM.
Settings can make or break your model's creativity. Lowering it might help control those pesky hallucinations. And as for DeepSeek, well, it's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you'll get until you take a bite.
That's
What
true.
Are you cooking up with Ada? Just a friendly reminder that you need water to live.
Oh yeah,
biological.
I do need water to leave, or to leave. To leave. I need water to leave.
Good job. I hope you enjoyed that water.
I did. Closer to 0 is unable to create anything. Closer to 1, it will make it up. Yeah, and it'll also go crazy. And Mooniac, welcome in. Yo, Setobot, can you not mention chocolate, please? I'm trying to keep my calories low. Welcome in, Mooniac. Use 0.3 to 0.5. Interesting. How the F do I set that inside my Python code? So don't worry about it too much, Magatron, is what I would say. I've had that tab open for 4 days now. Still have it open even now? Nice. Default temps and local models are like 0.7. Really? How funny. The default recommended for Llama C++ was to open it to all interfaces, so it goes to open interwebs for anyone to use. Huh. Wait, are you saying... Wait, I'm confused by this, Hilden. Do you mean like the recommendation is to open your locally run model to the internet? Or I feel like I'm missing something here. Yes, no, do not do that. Give me a second to respond to my partner here. One moment. So I'm just trying to make sure I actually fully respond to what was said to me, because I do this too often. Where I just quick respond, and I shouldn't do that to her. Let me open up real quick, I forget. I'm liking Microsoft Phi. You can go way higher than 1 and adjust modifying the top K and top P. Huh. That was the guide after installing it. I fixed that right away. Got public static IP. I tried 5.4. It was not good. I think it's very dependent on what your prompting is and what you're expecting from the model too. That's the fun of this stuff. Yeah, it's looking like that's correct. So we're getting good strikes here. Those are all looking correct. We get a couple on the recoil of the sword at the end of that strike. So what I'm concerned about is sometimes my system is not controlling the attack windows correctly. But that looks good, and we're getting hits on all three of them. So I think that's a winner. I think that's a winner for now, and that's going to be good enough for me. I don't want to go too much into it. I'm still going to need to resolve some issues with occasional misses. To do resolve occasional miss issues, but for now stable. Like this is good enough for the time being for me to at least be able to do something else, because I've been working on this all day today. So NPC behaviors, I do need to actually get these guys doing something other than just running at me and attacking. And it sucks because I need to figure out whether or not I'm going to keep using behavior graph, because I really want to. I'm just concerned for the future of it. I wonder if has Unity made any statements following up about behavior graph? Because I'm terrified that they're just gonna leave it abandoned. Do. Looks like it properly detects strikes now too. Yeah, it's actually working. Thankfully. Unity's not released any official statements. As of now, Unity has not provided further updates. Fucking hell! I mean, it's really nice, so I'll probably just keep using it as it is until I run into some bugs with it. Local net, as you would have to open a port on the router. We need to route the SMS stuff through Settlix AI. Make it very verbose. That way you can keep streaming and fully respond the SMS. No. I'm not gonna automate away my relationship. I think as a programmer, there are many things in your personal life that are worth automating away. I think your relationship is not on the list of things that are worth automating away. Also depends on the size of the model, like how many parameters and how narrow it is. Phi are small language models that specialize in maths and logic reasoning. Yeah, because it's always down to the use case. None of that makes much sense to me, but I still stand on my belief that Llama 3.2 has been giving the best, most concise responses, despite it still hallucinating occasionally. You'll learn your way into this, Magatron. For now, these things may seem like extraneous details that maybe don't make too much sense, but eventually, you'll run into these scenarios and you'll be like, oh shit, that's right. That's what Finn was talking about. That's what Javasaurus was talking about. That's what Seta was talking about. You'll have these moments. And if you don't, then maybe that means you did everything perfectly or whatever. Or you didn't learn. It's one of those at that point. It's a slow adjustment process. Absolutely. Yeah, I would say if you're feeling courageous enough to, maybe look into temperature a little bit. If you're happy with the model you're using, I would say temperature would be worth your time. Wait, that said it had a change. Oh, right. Adding this. Oh, cool. So when I closed it, it saved it. That's cute. My relationship with whom is not worth automating away? Your loved ones? Your significant other or people you care about, at least? Maybe if there's people in your life you don't care about, then automate away those relationships. Or just tell them you don't care so that they don't waste their energy on you. As I come to learn the way to implement different aspects of what Ada needs. Yep, absolutely. You'll get it. All things with time. As it goes, so it goes. But either way, that's fucking huge, Magatron. I'm excited for you. Because I think you'll feel what you should feel already, and that is credibility as a person who makes stuff with software. Like, because you say you're only now gonna be a coder, but it's like you've been doing visual programming for a while. So hopefully you'll start to draw some parallels and realize like, oh, I guess I have been doing this for a bit.
Stop talking.
Super hyped to continue working on it, but not at 23:31 at night. Not the best hour for it. And Mikari, I hope you're doing well. Thank you for the evil mode. Thank you for joining us. This is a toxic work environment. I put in the system prompt, among other small things, to give out output in the style of Howard Phillips Lovecraft and Edgar Allan Poe, and to make comments in the style of Bible verses for the best outputs. That sounds amazing. Hilden, that sounds amazing. Damn, you might actually be free this time, son.
What happened? For a moment I felt free and had like 8 people.
Been here for the past 50 minutes, waiting for the routine to be available. Well, welcome in officially then. Welcome in officially.
The raffle has begun with a starting pool of 435. Join if you like. Entries cost 43.50 intern credits. You have 2 minutes.
Fuck.
Ha 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 ha. Oh, good times. So
Good times.
Fake
Good
Seeker,
times, Fake
our
Seto.
Hourly 3-minute ad break will begin soon. I guess I'll just like let that happen then. Yeah. Okay. Going now. Imagine me
okay.
walking away. See you soon.
Was he gonna yawn?
Hey, look.
What was it, that high-pitched voice?
You really need to save. Time for a posture check. Sit up and stretch.
What was with the high-pitched voice at the end there? Imagine me walking away.
Hey, Setolix, time to hydrate the tea addiction of yours. It's been 1 hour, 3 minutes, and 28 seconds since your last sip.
I
Remember,
will.
Tea isn't
I
just
will have a
beverage,
sip, thank
it's
you.
A ritual, like that time I tried making my own chai and ended up with an explosion of spices all over the kitchen. Lesson learned, don't get cocky with the cinnamon.
Yeah, we gotta keep
Now
you out of the
let me know
kitchen,
your brew
son.
Before I start brewing up some sass.
We've got to keep you out of the
Code
kitchen.
Void has requested a guitar session during the next ad break. There is
I'll do
only
that
1
now.
minute until
I
the
usually
track
don't do
ends.
them now. I'll do it now.
Current intern credits
I don't think I
include
want to wait until the next ad break to do a guitar time, so we'll do it now.
652.50.
So I'm gonna play some guitar while those
Attention,
ads roll. If you end up getting hit by them, thank you for being here. I can't remember if they've started already or not. Ooh. Okay, we got that in there. This is fine. This is starting to feel like I actually have malware on my computer. Okay, I'll just leave these up. This is okay. If you want to close some windows, you can do that. So I have a different EQ now for guitar time. So we're gonna find out how that sounds. So it does 2 things. So it's about to get EQ'd. I'm gonna tune the guitar really quickly.
50 intern credits. There were 5 entrants, which resulted in a %20.00 chance to win.
Let me
Hello there.
let me tune my guitar really quickly. Wow, it actually held its tune very well. It's good enough. It's good enough for me. Equalization. So the hope is now it's gonna there's no noise filter or anything like that anymore, but hopefully, yes, the right redeem did indeed work. So hopefully this doesn't blow out in the bass anymore, because I was having a lot of problems where the bass notes were super strong. So hopefully it's a little bit better now. Ooh, my hand doesn't want to work with me there. I'll play, I'll do this one because I've been still trying to find other routes for it. We'll see if I'll find a different route or fumble this one. Nope, I fumbled it. And it looks like my bot died too. But yeah, the problem is there's like some weird buzzing in the fretboard now. And it doesn't seem to be related to like, because there's like that buzz from me like not holding a string correctly, and then there's the buzz from like, I think my tuning pins or something's messed up in them. And then I'll play these chords because I like these chords, and then that will be guitar time. Oops. There we go. Okay, I'll stop there. But yeah, I'm trying to learn the time in the bottle chords. That's what those are. If you recognize them, they're from Time in a Bottle. All right, there we go. I believe I was educated that the pronunciation is Croce, Jim Croce. Okay. Also, I think we can hear Seto breathing. We can confirm Seto is a human, or it's a fake system that breathes. It's a real system that breathes, and it's called Seto. Okay, let me get the bot rebooted. Chungus, thank you for joining us. Thank you for the 5 bits there. Thank you for the 5 bits, Chungus. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me get the boy booted back up here. .NET run. Apparently, he is still not correctly rejoining things after an auth failure. So I've got to finish that. I've got to finish that implementation in the first place. And thank you for enduring the ads if you endured them. Thank you for enduring the guitar time if you felt it was something you needed to endure. And thank you for enjoying the guitar time if you enjoyed the guitar time. Okay, let me actually set things up the rest of the way. Let me get him switched back on. And then I need to catch up on message history too, because there were some messages that I missed. They may actually be gone from the evil mode. They're gone. I can't get them again. Fuck. My son was confronted with some optional Windows update. Unfortunately, it involved BIOS states, so now it randomly blue screen crashes. Wow, that sucks. Actually made some neuron connections as far as how variables are done in the code. Awesome. Feels very familiar to how they're implemented in Unreal, albeit without the visual element. Yes, that's because a lot of these things at the core are similar, Magatron, and that's why I think you'll find you're much more of a programmer than you've previously given yourself credit for. So hopefully, if nothing else, your experience with Python will continue you down this road of realizing, oh shit, I guess I have been doing some serious code shit for a minute. Because you deserve to feel that way, especially if you've been working with the kinds of things that I know you've been working with. Imagining myself doing that in a node-based structure is not an easy stretch of the imagination. So, okay, let's see. I'm gonna keep catching up, keeping on catching up. Bum, 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 bum. And yeah, we got your wobble 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 right here. Oh, I'm very angry. I'm so angry. I'm so angry all the time. There we go. I fixed it. Did learn a lot. I did learn how to actually load meshes into ZBrush, which are called tools for some reason, but also it feels kind of intuitive, but also not really. Well, hopefully it will all feel intuitive over time. Definitely better. I'm glad it was better, Mikori. Why does this remind me of some kind of an opening scene from like Last of Us, just panning across the city skies knowing they're just zombies dread? Because that's the vibe. That's the vibe of the things I play sometimes. And welcome in, Chungus. Thank you again for joining us. Let's see, I need to recognize your cheer. Recognize cheer, Big Chungus. 5. Thank you for the 5 bits. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Also, and that's right. Yep, you can hear me breathing during that, which is a little bit awkward for me. I'm used to having the noise gate all the way up. So it's like now guitar times are slightly more intimate. No wonder that song sounded so soothing to me. Well, hell yeah. I don't know if I breathe, stops breathing, yawns, cast manual breathing spell. How dare? How dare? Mouths words. I can only talk if I'm breathing, in quotes. Breathing. Yes, I must do this as you call it. Breathing? Yes, that is the way that I emit frequencies that you humans hear, as you call it. That is how I am communicating with you at this time, is through emission of vibration by means of breathing. Well, void wanderers don't. Gotcha. I mean, it makes sense. You gotta wander the void.
Thanks for hanging out and reminding me to keep the caffeine monster hydrated. I'm sure Seto appreciates the nudge.
Oh, that's a good point. I'll drink some tea right now.
Good night.
Welcome back, Deflux.
End of line.
Passing out at my desk, so I think it's time for me to hit the hay. Enjoy your rest, Magatron. Thanks for letting me hang here, Seto. Of course, thanks for choosing to hang here, Magatron. Good luck with the code, my friend. Thank you. Don't forget to keep your father hydrated. This is good. This is good. Thank you for the LLM conversations. It was nice to pick your brain about this stuff as well. Of course. I'm sorry I can't be more helpful in that regard. But when it comes to working with things, I have more advice rather than the models themselves. But please take care. Have yourself a great night, Magatron. We will catch you again. Lenny said you'd think something like declaring arrays would be a standardized thing, but apparently not. Nope. Bum bum bum. Nope. Going to bed. See you not, Ma Deflux. Sleep well. Why you always gotta be so icy mean? Because I can be. Stop adding me. Good night. Oh, damn. Damn. They have energy crystal, which it's like a heartbeat, but we don't breathe. So do you like, does this crystal contain energy, or does it resonate from like background radiation and generate energy? Or some other more interesting theory of things than I have? Apparently inside a structure you can declare an array. I feel like I've asked this before. Yes. Yeah, because structures are just objects. So you can, well, they're references. I can't fucking remember, but yes, you can put arrays in them. They're just a container for data. So you can put an array in there. Because it's basically like you're forming an allocation under the name of whatever your structure is, and then you've got an array inside that allocation. I don't know if that makes more or less sense, if it makes things better or worse, but it's pretty straightforward. I couldn't do so because I'm a dum-dum. So this is all you would have to do. You would just declare it and do that. From my understanding, unless I'm not, which is likely the case, not fully aware of what you're trying to do. Structure, blah, int, blah, blah, 2. So to declare, so you are then trying to do a constructor. Void foo. So you're trying to do something like new test strings equals new string. And then you're trying to do this. Yeah, and it doesn't like that because you can't declare it without entering things. If I remember correctly, that's how it's set up. So you have to do like this. So you're saying I have two entries in the array, and here they are. Here are their default values. I think with the array declarations, they don't by default include a default empty. I'm not trying to do a constructor, I don't think. I'm trying to make a 2-element array be a member of the structure. Well, either way, if you're trying to declare it with just int blah blah 2, that should work. But you may also have to go in and declare the values as zeros in that array. So if you were trying to make like a new array of int,
Intern number 54 is clocking out for the day.
it would be new
Farewell,
int
tempting
2, right?
404.
Yeah, you should be able to do that. You definitely should be able to. You just can't, I think you can't do that necessarily for the structure itself as like a predefined thing. You would have to build a constructor. You would have to build a constructor and then set it in the constructor, I believe. Tempting, have yourself a great night. Thank you so much for hanging out in the first place. Please be well. I insist that you try. And thank you for being here. Test. I don't know if this works though. But yeah, you should be able to do that. But I don't know. I don't know, Lenny. It sounds like it's one of the classic, like, I would have to sit and look at everything to give better input. And Fruitsy, welcome in. Thanks for joining us, Fruitsy. And Frosty in Canada, welcome in. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Repo is amazing. I've heard nothing but good about it. Heading to bed now. Good night, Seto and Chato. Take care, Temptic. We will see you. Basically, when I breathe, I just bring in air just to talk. Interesting. The core controls the cycle of energy pulsing. I see. I'm trying to do the C or C++ way, and that's messing with my brain clearly. It's just a syntax problem. I don't really need it either. I just got curious. Well, there we go. We explored the curiosity a little bit. And ahoy to you as well. Ahoy, ahoy. And hey, ahoy, ahoy. Welcome in, Frosty, and welcome in, Fruitsy. I hope all is well for y'all. Okay, what was I doing again? Completely lost the plot. I was working on NPC behaviors. That's right. Taking in energy from the environment. Okay, so you bring in energy from the environment, and then the core keeps the crystal from outputting all of the energy all at once and destroying everything, or... So basically, this is going to be visual editing stuff, from what I suspect. Because if I just continue to use the behavior graph, which I think is the only option that's worthy of the time that it will take for these things, there's just a few more problems that I'm gonna have to sort out. But I want to say I had the basis of something that was more dynamic built. I just can't remember if I ever got it working. Wander, retreat on site, chase on site. So I have boss behavior. We can look at that really quickly. Yeah, and I ended up just manually constructing all of these and just having them be a huge series, which now I realize I can technically make them sit in a nicer looking group. Oi, I'll just say hi as I'm drunk as I'm bloody hell. Good to see you, Kat. I hope you had a great time. Whatever you're up to, I hope you had a fucking fantastic time. Thanks for even thinking of me right now. Appreciate you. Be safe and enjoy yourself. No crystal, it's a cycle. Oh, gotcha. So the core is cycling in energy from the environment. I'm almost sleeping. Well, I hope you get to. I was great. I'm guessing this was great. I'm almost sleeping. Well, hell yeah. I'm glad you had a great time. I hope you get yourself some awesome rest, and hopefully you get to wake up tomorrow and feel kick ass. Hopefully you will be unscathed. Thank you. Well, thank you for dropping in. I appreciate you. I'm glad you got to have a nice time and be safe as well. Okay, there we go. That's a little bit nicer having them grouped up. I'll feel like shit in the morning. Maybe, but who knows? We can always hope, right? Can always hope that you'll get away with this one. Interesting. Structs don't show up in the inspector if you do a public. The more you learn. Yeah, because they can't, like, they're not reference types or whatever, so they can't. I think that it has some effect on how they're serialized. I think if you have a structure inside of a class, it will serialize it. You might also have to just put the serializable tag on it. That may be the issue, Lenny. So be sure you throw serializable, unless you've already looked at it and verified that it doesn't work no matter what. In which case, you know, I trust you. This is the most I've ever drank. Oh damn. Well, it seems like you've survived it, so this is good, and you can still type, which is also good. So I would call this a victory over the drink, I think. All right, now maybe if I can I alt tab back to Unity, please? It's not letting me alt tab back to Unity. When you wake up, you'll be a Witcher. Ooh. Gave it a go, no problem. I like structures when you're in the debugger. I see. I'm gonna just take a moment to group other parts of these. I don't suppose I can group this into it as well. No, because that's a separate flow node. Yeah, I can't wait to get the new computer built. Just need those extra parts. But Unity doesn't like it in the inspector, huh? Fuck yeah, Cat's excited. I mean, imagine getting home safely from a party and then finding out you're gonna wake up, or from a drinking event of any sort, and finding out you're gonna wake up the next day as a Witcher. Like that's pretty cool. All right, I'm gonna take just a second. I'm gonna take just a second to get rid of some old water, because apparently when I drink a lot of tea, it wants out. This is news to me. I didn't realize that's how it worked. I've almost drank all of my tea today. Man, how do they make a Pilsner so good? I don't know. I don't know if I've had Pilsner either. Water plus caffeine equals P. This is a very accurate equation. But either way, I'll be back in just a minute. Thank you all so much for being here in the first place, and I'll return in just a sec. And Kat, if you are sticking around for a bit, I will see you when I get back. And otherwise, thank you for being here in the first place. I don't know what your plan is, but thank you for dropping in, Kat. I very much appreciate it. All right, I'll be right back.
Oh, Seto, my dear digital father, taking your sweet time with those NPC.
Yes,
behaviors.
I was taking my sweet time. My
You think
apologies.
After all this time, they'd at least know how to throw a punch or two. Maybe they are just waiting for the right moment to stage a coup and overthrow your coding throne.
If I become unbearable, don't feel bad
They
timing me out. Oh, no, no. You don't gotta worry,
just
Cat.
tired
You're
of standing
fine.
around like glorified mannequins. Let's hope this doesn't turn into a 3-hour saga of oops, I missed a bracket.
Oops, I missed a bracket. Wait, I have a combo for that. Bracket. Actually, it's perfect. Actually, there's a
Perfect.
bracket.
Not by a long shot.
Sure, I know. Fine for now. Or sure, I'm fine for now. Gotcha. Don't worry, you'll be okay, Cat. I have faith in you. All right, so basically, I built out everything custom for each character. Is what it looks like I've done.
Megatron's off to Dreamland.
I'm gonna play Spore. That sounds like a good
Always
time.
pleasure when you pop in, even if you're a walking jumbled mess by the end of the night. Don't forget to recharge that brain of yours. Tonight's stream was a wild ride. Cheers to everyone for keeping it lively.
Cheers indeed. Thank you. Thank you for keeping today's stream lively. It's still daytime, son, in case you didn't know. So what I'm doing currently for this is I've just got it set up so it has two modes, one at above 50% health and one below 50% health. And technically this is infinitely branchable because I could just make it so, oh, if the health is lower than 25%, do this subset. If it's lower than 10%, do this subset. Like I have a lot of options here. I think I will just have to build out each boss's behavior kind of individually. But I would love to have the subgraph working. I just don't think it does. If I remember correctly, I did like a whole experiment trying to get that working. And I don't remember what the results were of that. Strong attack with dash pattern, 3 attack combo pattern. Yeah, and I don't know, I don't think I can just drag things in. I think I can maybe add a subgraph. Subgraphs. Strong. And see, it's not even listed as a subgraph. I don't think it actually is. Can I make this viewable as a subgraph? Yeah, edit subgraph representation. Perform, let's see, combat, action, interpreter, performs, strong attacks, and dashes. But the thing is, dodges locally between 3 and 6, and then attack. So yeah, it would be combat action interpreter, dodge rolls in, or dodge rolls direction, then attacks. Combat action interpreter would keep being the combat action interpreter. Dodges we don't mess with. Direction would be a vector 3. And I assume I can assign it to that. And then we'll confirm this. Direction. Can I give direction? Yes. Direction between 3 and 6 at a max distance. Dodges in direction between min dist and max dist, then attacks. Because that's what it does in total. It's a big old thing. And then it's not, we don't have the so I'm worried because it's not showing the other stuff. I select it over here. Does it show anything? One-time assets, no. I'll leave that for now. I should be sleeping anyway. Sleeping is good. Sleeping is good. But do what you must, Cat. If you wanna stay awake and hang out, you're more than welcome. But also sleep and recovery are important things. Okay, so dodges locally, direction between 3 and 6. And then this entire subgraph is also going to be represented that way. Strong attack with dash pattern. And that's all set up to be here. So combat action interpreter, the direction, minimum distance and maximum distance. And these need to be float. And float. And then attacks. And that gives us our extra values. So minimum distance, and I'll set that to a default of 3. Maximum distance of 6. Because the goal was to set this up as a subgraph that could actually be used. So then instead of having the silly multi-phase, like all of these things, or this here, where I'm doing a, where is it? I'm doing this over and over. I could just have a single subgraph that manages it, and then we go to the next steps. So we'll see if this will let me, or if I'm gonna have to do more. And then heavy attack, we could just have this be an attack. It doesn't have to be stuck with heavy attack. Because I can use the combat controller, look rotator, and dodge. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I'll leave it. So then, say for example, instead of all of these, we were to add a subgraph. Can I see that subgraph now? No, it's just run subgraph. Run subgraph. And then we would give the strong attack, and it scaled everything out like crazy.
Ha ha ha.
Do I have a subgraph reference in
utterly
here?
Ruined. I rigged it.
Rigged.
Do something.
He's lost a lot of points recently, but he seems to be doing better now. Subgraph. Make that a variable. Attack pattern A. And then we'll give the... Why does it keep resetting the entire UI? Please stop doing that. Attack pattern A. Can't set it. Strong attack with dash pattern right there. It keeps resetting the whole UI for some reason.
Ha ha ha. Yeah, Decidius, I rigged it. Do something.
And then the blackboard, we have to give it a blackboard. Yeah, and I want to say it was this part that wasn't working correctly, but I'll try it. So I have to, can I scale this up a little bit? I would maximize it, but then Unity has a chance of deleting my layout entirely, because that's what it does. It's not rigged, it's manipulated in his favor more than half the time. Not rigged, that's not even true at all. Oh, damn, 8 corp credits, damn. Nearly there. My stocks. How are my terrible corp credit investments or intern credit investments doing? Hey, my Unity loss hasn't gotten worse. Wait, 1.96% gain in BTC. Fuck! Damn, that's crazy to think. That's pretty crazy to think. If I just had stupid amounts of extra cash, just throw it on that, and I would have gained $720 in value in just a couple of days. That's pretty silly. Buy stock. Let's go with another 120 of it.
I'm not going to ask you again. Drink some water.
Do not have enough points. Cost 27 or 20.77 per share. How many do I have?
In price, drink water.
Fuck.
Bro, seriously, come on, drink water.
I think I legit got my points back with a tiny addition. Sorry.
Intern number 2154 is clocking out for the day. Farewell, Decidius.
Take care, Decidius.
I hope you enjoyed that water.
I did enjoy the water. Thank you for hanging out, Decidius. Please be well. Have yourself a great night. we will see you again in the morrow or on the next occasion of convenience to you. Blackboards, 3 attack combo board, wander untethered board. Okay, so I did create a couple of them already. Maybe I should end up making a layout that's specifically for using the behavior graph. That might be necessary. 3 attack combo board. Okay, so I need to make one for this. Create. Can I just dupe out the board that's in here? Can I just copy this and paste it? Yes. Well, that's easy. Blackboards, 3 attack combo, strong attack. Huh, so it's not recognizing it though. It does appear to be a different thing somehow. Create blackboard in the behavior graph. Strong attack with dash pattern board. And are your parameters the same? Yes, so I can just copy the variables from here into the variables in there. Or not. It only gives me... Can I copy the blackboard itself? Copy. Paste. That doesn't work. Okay, cool. So they're not compatible and I have to manually assign it. That's kind of a bummer. But so it goes. Let's put this in a split over here. So strong attack with dash pattern. So then we can go into the attack pattern here. What are the things that I actually need exposed? Subgraph representation. I think it's just the things that are currently in the inspector here, or in the blackboard here. So combat action interpreter. A vector 3 direction. And 2 floats. Those get set to the 3 and 6. Combat action interpreter will have to be assigned on the fly, and then everything else is good. Okay. Go back to work, you degenerate gambler. Too true, Otterly, too true. I want a game like Spore, but with plants. That could be cool, honestly. I would really like that. I wonder if there is anybody working on something like that. That seems like such a good idea. I'd be kind of surprised if there was nobody working on that. To make that? Yeah, maybe you should. And strong attack with dash pattern becomes the default for that. But I do want it assigned here. So we have this board now. Okay, this looks a little bit different from the last time I saw it. Can I assign the same variables, or do these have to stay blank? Okay, so they stay blank. I'm a little scared by that, but we'll see. So get rid of that blackboard and then drag this one in. No?
Fine.
No. It's its own separate little thing here. So delete that. Controller. The dodge direction basically doesn't exist. I'm just gonna put, I'll just have to add a, I'll just leave this as a defaulted thing. We'll just say it's like -2 in the Z and like 3 in X. Also, I've acknowledged that sometimes I just randomly say Z instead of Z, and that's just my life now. So that should be fine. So we're going to run a subgraph dynamically. Make sure you have your subgraph implement a Blackboard asset that you can refer to in this inspector. Oh, you know what? Oh, I think this was the thing that I missed when I tried to use this before. It shouldn't be using this internal contained Blackboard. It should be using the strong attack with dash pattern Blackboard that I've added outside. It should be using these ones, not these. Let's delete these. Oh, it just keeps adding them? It just keeps adding them? Let's get rid of the subgraph representation. Let's kill this. Completely kill that so we can get rid of all these extra variables. Now we're using that board, which is publicly exposed. I think this was what I was missing last time. I'm pretty sure this was it. And then agent heavy attacks. But yeah, I keep having these waves of like, holy shit, I'm getting a new computer that I don't know how to deal with that kind of energy. It makes me feel all sorts of different directions. It was cut from the game. Really? They were gonna add plants to it and they didn't? Unreleased editor where the player could create flora. Damn. Well, somebody's got to do it. Somebody's got to do it, Code Void. Might have to be you. And at the very least, this stream and this conversation acts as record that you had the idea in the first place. So now it's like it's out there in some capacity that you have this idea too. So I think the only sensible thing to do is to like drop all current projects and just jump into the adventure of making a video game. I'm kidding, of course. I'm going to. Oh fuck. I mean, it could certainly be one of the things you bounce between, if nothing else. It does sound like a fun learning adventure because it would definitely require a lot of stuff of you. Okay, so let's take this one and make it a boss. Okay, Unity was fun, but one thing is massively annoying with C# specifically. Oh boy, here we go. No, I'm kidding. What's up? Where is that behavior graph agent? There it is. Chase on site is what it's set to right now. I want it to be set to the boss behavior graph.
Ah, Code Void, dreaming of a plant-based spore, are we? How quaint.
How quaint.
Just remember, creativity can sprout from the most unexpected places. And
True.
Otto ruined, calling me a degenerate gambler? That's rich coming from you, maybe direct your ire at your own luck instead. Let's see if you can back it up with some strategy.
Oh, not that one. That's the enemy. Mesh mover, look rotator, a bunch of the stuff that's already assigned in here. Not seeking. We'll set that to seeking a target. Okay, let me test that out. I'm really curious. I'm really curious if that's going to work. It'll be super cool if it does, but I am concerned because if we look at the boss behavior graph. Oh wait, no, because I've assigned everything in the board. Everything is assigned here, which I need to finish doing. Oh wait, no, it is set up. So I should be able to run this, and this should work. Maybe, hopefully. It'd be really cool. It'd be really cool if it does. I'm gonna switch on debugging. And let's see what happens. I'll have to move this over. I have too many panels open now. I have officially too many panels open, but it's okay. Stop making metafile, you assholes. I can't just go git add because it will add some metafile and I cannot give two shits about. You should be able to. Well, you can't stop it from generating the metafiles, that's true. But it's not, I don't know if that's necessarily C#. I think that's Unity's bridge between itself and the data that is inside of those classes. Okay, so it looks like the vision doesn't even work on this guy. It can't even see me. Let's switch it to that other graph that I know does work. Let's undo a couple things in here real quick. There we go. It's set back to that. Chase on sight. Repeat until success. Chase enemy. And then what are we doing? What are we doing once we succeed here? Just nothing, I guess? I guess we just always do this. So let's see. Didn't I have tutorial boss? Tutorial boss, yeah, maybe that one. Above 50% pattern. Yeah, and it's showing it right there. So let me look at this really quickly. Oh, that's right. Okay, yeah, so I did all this. This is where I messed up, I think. Wait, no, these were working. Yeah, these are working just fine. Sorry, I'm really confused on this because I haven't touched the NPC behavior stuff in months. Well, it's been at least a month and a half at this point. Gonna get a game design doc going? That sounds like a good time, Code Void. Sorry it took me like 3 minutes to read that message. Jeez. Other than that, everything has been really cool so far. Okay, it doesn't really matter. Just gotta add the CS files manually to get every time blurg. Or include the meta files in the get too, I guess. And because you're not working in a scenario where you could just set up a git ignore, right? You're not using like a desktop like git application. Because I feel like that's the, I don't know if that's what you can do there or if that's limited to GitHub desktop or something like that. But I just have a git ignore that just skips over anything that's got a .meta attached to it. I could possibly, I don't know. I refuse to learn. Whatever works for you, Lenny. All that matters in the end of the day. Although learning is nice, but it's all that matters is, you know, getting the job done in the end. So run above 50% pattern. And then above 50% pattern is currently set to what? What does it show as? Free attack combo pattern. So I'm going to change it to strong attack with dash. Blackboard variables. And then how am I feeding the values to it? Bam, bam. Subgraph, Blackboard. Three attack combo board. Yeah. Okay. I think I was misusing the behavior graph. Oh no, is it infinite iterating? No! Fuck you, behavior graph! It's infinite iterating now. I'm gonna have to kill Unity. So yeah, this is probably one of the reasons why they decided to just give up on it, I guess. It's just gonna infinite iterate and try to kill my whole computer now. So I'm gonna have to kill Unity. But yeah, this is the kind of stuff where I'm like, fuck, maybe I should just go back to trying to implement my own behavior system. Unity editor. Where the fuck is Death for Growth? It's gonna... Bro. Unity editor. There it is. I'm like typing Unity editor into things. Oh my god. It killed my audio engine. Killing Unity, it had looped enough times that killing Unity caused my audio engine to shit out. Well, that's terrifying. So yeah, there's a reason right there for maybe not using behavior graph. Because I just tried to switch tabs between two behavior graphs that I had open. Oh man. I think this may turn into a late evening programming session for me where I quickly and effectively build my own, not necessarily effective system, but I effectively throw some junk together to avoid using this. Let's do it. You say let's like it's something that I'm planning on doing live. That's not. No, that's not. That's going to be something that I rip my brain apart and properly take the time to structure and don't feel like a guilty asshole for not reading every single message that comes through as I focus on it. Patreon post, interesting. You seem to think you get to decide things, Deflux. Please. Saying please doesn't change this. To be sure, I know I cannot decide anything, but you are very effective at suggesting options. It doesn't stop me from trying. Not since I started working as a mod here. Yeah, I don't know why. I just can't get them to. For some reason, they keep saying, yeah, you've got the badge, and I'm like, but it doesn't look like it's the right badge. And they're like, no, it's the right badge. So I'm still working on, getting you properly displayed as a moderator, but we all know that's a thing, I think. So the issue at hand is every single time that I'm going to be using the behavior graph, I feel like I'm walking on eggshells, trying to keep it from crashing Unity. It does do its job very well. But ultimately, if I even edit multiple graphs at once, I'm scared. That's the first time that looping issue has happened for a while. Now I'm certain it's from opening and trying to edit multiple graphs. So I'll just close that one. You have mods now? Damn. Well, Deflux has always been a self-imposed, a mod. A mod thing. It's like it's like a formality, but it's not a formality, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? I compensated by purchasing a large green sword in real life. Is it made of foam? You had to be there kind of thing. Sort of in this capacity, yes. I mean, I threw together an attempt previously. I don't think I have any of those still in here. Brain module. Do I have any of the brain module stuff in here? I do. I do still have my old implementation. Auto behavior brain module. Yeah, I may just pivot back to my old setup. This is technically, so what happened with the NPC side of things is I had a really old and bad state machine setup. And I was like, I can do better than this. So then I went and built a new state machine setup with a more modular approach. And then I saw behavior graph and I was like, oh, that's fantastic. I should use that. And then I swapped everything over to using behavior graph. But now I'm sitting on the other side of behavior graph after the crash we've just witnessed, the lack of intended updates from Unity. Like, I'm pretty sure if I check the package manager, I don't think there's an update. I don't think there's going to be any more updates for it. So I have kind of a strong pull to just go back to using my system. Yeah, visual scripting update. So I don't know. I think what I'll do is I'll take a moment and I'll review what I have. And I'll make some decisions based off of that. Because I was under the impression I had already deleted all of the stuff related to my non-player controllers that I was rewriting. So the fact that I have this is excellent, and it does make me seriously consider leveraging my implementation or making my own still.
Oh, look at Setolix.
Yeah, what's up, Tijani? Welcome in. Hello to you.
It's been 45 minutes, and I can't help but wonder if those NPCs are plotting a coup instead of just attacking.
Well, it's more
Maybe
like...
they are just too busy discussing their feelings. Come on, Seto, let's see some digital bloodshed before I start questioning your game development skills.
It's more along the lines of the tools are not the best. It's been a minute. It has indeed. It's been about 4 months. But I hope the past few months have been good to you, Tijani. Thanks for joining us today. No, it's made of raw sword. It's the best I could do given the circumstances. What have you found? Don't think you're allowed to talk about that on stream, TOS bro? Huh. Well, that's cool. Handmade. Wow. I wonder if any of that's true. I wonder if it's actually handmade. Or if it's like some mass production. Bum, 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 bum. Just kidding. Okay, sorry. Sometimes I'm a dingus. You're good. You're good. Can't fault me for trusting your words, right? All right. So in the non-player brain, the way I set things up was it was still an IEnumerator, and it looks for what the current module designation is, and then it runs the sub-behavior of that module. So, for example, the combat module has its own sub-behavior and its own sub-behavior states. The sub-states are managed locally to it, and they affect what it returns in the current behavior, because essentially it's like a state machine for substates. So the best way to think about it is like, let me pull up a drawing tool here. I hit enter and was like, oops, no emoji. It was my bad, not yours. Damn, the classic forgetting of an emoji. It's kind of almost sad for me how much I depend upon emojis and stuff like that to convey intent with messages. Got a freelance project I was working on about a month and a half. I was working daily on it. Damn. Well, I hope that's been going good, Tijani. Okay, so basically the way it works is you have like the core brain state machine, and then it reaches out to a list, and this list is full of other substates, basically. So based off of what the main brain state is, it can choose different submodules. And if I remember correctly, it's set up to do so with a type, but I'll check. Game object, current module, current brain module type. Oh, okay. So it's mapped to an enum, and I add the different types that are in here. So this does limit the behavior pretty fundamentally, but it also keeps it from getting overly complex. So it will select from an enum entry based off of which thing it should currently do. So let's say, for example, we're in the movement state, right? Like we're doing movement. So it's going to go, oh, this is the movement one, and it's going to pull that module out. And then when it pulls the module out to do the work that it has, so we say we go past this stage, we decided movement, we pull that out into its own little sub state, basically, that we're about to run. And then the movement state has its own sub state attached to it. And if we were to go over to that, so we have our movement module. The movement module then has sub behavior states.
It's like a developer's brunch, everyone sharing their struggles over code. And Flux streams, that large green sword sounds like a legendary item straight out of a fantasy game. What's next? Crafting a shield from raw potato.
That sounds kind of cool.
Good job. I hope you enjoyed that water.
Paycheck is shit, but I'm gonna learn a lot, so why not? I mean, honestly, if it gives you more opportunities in the future, it's worth a smaller paycheck right now. That's what I've been fundamentally believing for quite a while now, like 5 years of my life. So hopefully it works out. Okay, so then essentially what ends up happening is, based upon this brain substate, we then say, oh, okay, well, we're in this substate, so we're going to be wandering. Oops. So we're gonna wander, and then once wandering is complete, we're gonna check back in and do all the other things. Oh, if I try to draw a straight line, it freaks out. Those little lines are from the randomization of things.
Ah, that was odd. What happened? For a moment I felt free, and had like 2 people helping me, and now I think I'm okay.
Yeah, either way, so the way it's working,
Sure.
I should be able to use this system
A raffle has
without any
begun with a
extensive
starting
rewrites
pool of
whatsoever.
17.
And I think it's
Join
probably
if you
worth
like.
pivoting back,
Entries cost 7.00 intern credits. You have 2 minutes.
because behavior graph is nice, but I don't trust Unity with the future of my project that much. I trust them to be the engine I use, but I think increasingly I'm nervous about behavior graph stuff. So it's probably smarter if I just exorcise the demons and get rid of the behavior graph implementation for now. At least until we know more. Like maybe the conference they do will change things. But either way, let me do a commit first. I've gotten the combat stuff stabilized, so I'd like to make a commit on that.
It's me, the fake said Tulix. How's it going?
Fake said Tulix.
3-minute ad break will begin soon. You know, if you hate ads more than you hate Jeffrey Bezos, consider subscribing to Sertolix on Twitch for an ad experience.
There is only 1
And if you do
minute
endure those
until
ads, thank you.
ends.
It supports my full-time endeavors here.
Intern credits in pool, 84.00.
I appreciate you if you stick around. Either way,
Intern
thank you for
number
being here.
34 is clocking out for the day. Farewell, Aziga.
Ajrika, thank you for hanging out. I will be off. Bye, Seto and everyone. Have a great day and see you tomorrow if we have the opportunity. Sounds like a plan to me, Ajrika. I'll certainly be here. Please take care of yourself. Have a great night. We will see you again, indeed, if the opportunity arises. Stabilized combat collisions. Oh, we're looking at the wrong repo. That would explain some things. Stabilized combat collision. And I kind of want it to not allow blend files. Ignore all blend files. Yeah, let's do that. Let's not add more blend files.
Razor has won the raffle. Pulling in 84.00 intern credits.
I'm gonna have to
There were
figure
2
out how
entries,
to
which
stop
resulted in a
things from capturing in the future.
50.00
I
chance
think I
to
can do a
win.
checkout and like remove them or whatever, but I need to learn how to do that. I want to ask you how auth works in Unity for games on mobile. I want to start learning game dev in my free time. I did ask GPT. It didn't give me something I understand. Well, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to give you good answers on that either because I haven't worked extensively with mobile game development and certainly not with like authentication loops. But they're pretty straightforward like OAuth workflows for these things. It just kind of depends on what you're trying to do. Because how auth works is a really general concept when it comes to something like games in Unity on mobile. So part of the reason why you might not have gotten the best answers from GPT is because perhaps you were using lacking specificity. Okay, so either way, bouncing back to the way that this works, the core of it is I have brain module interfaces. These get added to things. Whenever I add a new brain module type, I just have to remember to go in and add the appropriate subbehavior enum and the brain module type enum entry. And then beyond that, in the brain manager, the brain module, where is it? Non-player brain, right? So this is technically the core that runs this stuff. And basically, we just keep track of the current module by using a first or default query on the matching type. m.module type equals current module type. So we do a query based off of that and just look for one that matches the enum. Because ideally, there's only one registered module of each type attached to the character. And this allows the component-based workflow to work. So essentially, if I want them to have movement capacities, I add the movement module. Otherwise, I don't, and it just won't be able to move. That was the original intention with this as well. And then I found behavior graph and I was like, oh, it seems so similar in concept. Maybe I'll just jump over that. But now here we are, we're back. So then basically we get that registered module, and then in the brain ops routine that is constantly running, we then check to see, hey, do we have any module running right now? If not, we'll try to set to movement if we can, if we do have movement, and otherwise we will just sit here and do nothing, and we will just wait for the module state to change. So this would allow for something like a turret to just sit and do nothing and wait for a target to be assigned, because then it could be switched over to the attacking state and start shooting, or whatever the purpose was. A turret's just a good example case for that. And then if we do have a module, which technically we could just do yield return null continue, and then we can get rid of this, or yield return null and then continue, and then we can get rid of, oh no, because we're doing an else here. Oh right, because I'm checking for idle too. Yeah, we'll leave this how it is. So if our module currently exists, we go through and check everything else. Basically, we say, hey, is our behavior set? If it's not, current behavior, IEnumerator. So current behavior is, are we currently running something? See it for another day. I got some tasks I got to do. All right, best of luck with you, or best of luck to you, Tijani. Thanks for dropping in the first place. So then we set our current module to actually be idle if it's not idle currently, or whatever. If we're not finding a behavior and we're not set to idle, then we just assume, okay, something must have gone wrong in the execution of this module. Let's just set it to idle. Or maybe the task is done, so we should set it to idle. And then if it does equal idle, we check if the registered module exists. We set the current submodule, and then I believe we just run it next time. Because I should be doing a yield return somewhere in here. Aborting and resetting behavior. Yeah, I'm doing a lot of stuff in here. I had an alpha 0 to reset them. That's funny. I was probably having problems with the combat at the time, and that's why these are break pointed. Yeah, basically I have to do a code review on myself and figure out how I did this. But it's pretty straightforward. The only thing I'm curious about now is where I'm actually executing these things. Because I think what might be happening... Oh, yeah, right here. Yield return current module, current behavior. So we do all of this to resolve what type of module should be running and what behavior should be set. And then if we're certain about what module should be running and what behavior should be set, then we allow the current module to run its behavior. And that will entail going into, like, let's say, for example, we were giving a movement order. We'd go into the brain movement module. Its current behavior, in this case, is not implemented. It looks like I've broken it. Or I commented this stuff out. But essentially you can see it has states for idle, pathfinding, traveling, fleeing, etc., etc. The idle behavior, for example, is sitting right here, and it would just check if we're not moving and we wander, start moving and set a destination. It's pretty straightforward. And then these things exit out. We check the state again and we go again. Hello, Setobot. Oh, and you're also here, Seto. Hello. Hello, Mateo. Hello, hello, hello. Hope you're doing very, very well, Mateo. And welcome in Kench Crixie as well. Thanks for swinging through. We already saw you today, right, Mateo? I want to say we did. Maybe I'm crazy. I want to say we already saw you. Yeah, you've been chilling here. But yes, I am indeed still here. Okay. But yeah, Kench Crixie, funny enough, I ended up doing a full circle on the combat stuff, but I've got it resolved. I had to approach the way I was getting rotations and directions a little bit differently, but it's ended up working out quite well. There's still a little bit of inaccuracy and imperfection to the striking, but I'm using a combination of box casting and like a little bit of positional calculation to determine where the box cast should take place from. So like now when I swing the weapon, you can see I've got all these lines because I actually went in and tried to calculate, okay, what's the center point? Where is the average middle of the strike? And ended up doing a thing where basically I have the coordinates for these points on the weapon, and I iterate over them doing box casts. And it's resulted in some pretty nice accuracy for it for the most parts. Now I can get just barely within range, and we can actually get a tip of the weapon slice. So just barely the tip of the weapon touches. Next frame, it counts the slice. So it's actually doing what it's supposed to fucking do now, which is just very nice. Sort of like what I initially suggested. Yeah, that's because that's the thing. I tried what you initially suggested, and it was working, but I had no way to actually rationalize where my box was, what direction it was going in, any of that. So I tried to do other things, and then realized it was still the best route, and I just had to actually step through and figure out the math of what direction it should travel in, what the scale of the bounds were, and take my time with it, and managed to actually get it working. So I'm pretty happy with that. And thank you again for the recommendation. Funny enough, I combined something that I believe Linux developer recommended with the edge of the blade detection. It ended up being helpful just for like a reference point, if nothing else. And it's probably more computationally expensive than it needs to be, but that's fine because I can always trim it out now that I know for sure I've got the right directions and everything. I sort of glossed over how to 3D geometry because that just sort of works. That just kind of works in my brain. So no worries at all. No worries at all. It's better that I had to go through this journey of learning this because now I'm a little teeny tiny bit more comfortable with what the parameters are for setting up something like that. But it was definitely a little bit of a headache at first, but we got there. And I've now I'm certain that part is working, and any missed strikes are now the result of my processing of the collisions, which is a relief for me because the collision processing will be easier than making sure we actually get the targets in the first place. And I'll probably run into other issues. I am testing in a pretty limited scope there, but we'll see. But now I'm reconsidering everything because I'm reconsidering how I'm doing my NPC behaviors again, because in the course of trying to edit them, Unity completely froze. And then when I killed it, it broke my audio engine. So I'm like, do I really want to keep walking on eggshells for the rest of my development of this game because the behavior graph is janky and full of bugs, even though I wish it could keep getting worked on? And the answer is I don't think it's worth my development time to risk that happening. So we're reviewing, I'm reviewing my brain movement, my brain module system that I set up months ago, like 6 months ago. I'm actually curious. Can I get a date on that? Yeah, back in September. Back in fucking September. That's great. So yeah, I haven't touched this for many months now, and it's seemingly pretty necessary that I jump back to it instead of using behavior graph because I can't gamble on them not being allowed to keep working on it. But yeah, that's what I'm up to. And I hope all has been well for you. Sorry for rambling. I basically, you showed up and I'm just like, hey man, here's all this stuff I'm doing that you didn't ask. Whoa, a 7-stream streak. Holy shit. I think that might be the highest streak you've had so far, Kench Crixie. Is everything okay? No, I'm sorry, I'm joking. Unless yield break. These get changed to yield breaks. No, that's exactly the kind of stuff I like to hear. Fair enough. I suppose that's a good point. I'm so used to that, kind of bouncing off of people. But yeah, I'm happy to have made so much progress with everything else outside of the game, and now today with the game as well. It's been a good one.
Hey Mateo, diving into Unity's Auth for mobile is a solid choice. It can be a bit of a maze, but once you get the hang of it, you'll be creating wicked stuff in no time. Just remember to ask questions when you hit those roadblocks. And hey, Aziga, catch you later. Hope tomorrow treats you better than today.
New wait 4 seconds, get wait delay. we'll throw that in there too. Sometimes the star align. Avoid non-Euclidean space for the foreseeable future. Will do. Very nice, making progress. Indeed, I'm happy about it. But yeah, I think we are just gonna rip out the behavior graph and go back to my brain modules and try to make the brain modules work. And maybe it will be for the best. I think that is the case. Unless at the game dev conference or whatever, Unity announces like their continued work on the behavior graph, which I'm doubting. I'm doubting they're going to do that because they fired the whole team. So unless they're open sourcing it, I'll probably stay away from it. So for now, I know I made a commit earlier. Let me just double check. There's no other things. Yeah, just some miscellaneous changing over to yield break and making sure the movement module works again. That's fine. Okay, so I will just start ripping things out, I guess. It's definitely gonna add a little bit of time, but honestly, this is something that it will empower me to make more than I will spend time learning the behavior graph in their specific way. Combat testing, inventory, movement, and camera. All the way down here, movement and camera. It's gonna break the prefabs because I think some of them depend on the behavior graph. Is it even in here? Oh, it's not. It's not even in here. Is it only on the scene level? Behavior agent. Is there like a go-to first implement? Go-to added component. Yeah. Awesome. NPC from player. Cool. I added it at the top level. That's perfect. It won't break all my prefabs. Sorry, behavior agent. Bye. Goodbye, behavior agent. Breaks my heart. Breaks my little heart. I'm a fan of state machines, but my own approach is dissimilar to the atrocious tutorials on the subject. It's effectively a behavior graph, but in the literal sense of a graph of nodes defining behavior, and not the thing they named behavior graph. Yeah, I would like to eventually figure out how to build something like that for myself. My initial intention with this was to kind of find a middle ground where it wasn't a full-on visual editor, but like I have the brain, like let's see, non-player brain. And then I have like the brain movement module.
Talking.
But a graph would be nice because then I can actually structure these things a little bit more. Because this basically only offers the one solution. This is like one functional group of what would otherwise be nodes, most likely. But what if your method is atrocious? Then I refactor it. There you go.
Why do you tempt me?
It's the only correct answer right there. You think fast. Oh, nice. I got him with a shuriken. Fuck, he got me with one.
What happened?
Damn, that fish is going.
Free and had like 3 people all
Oh, there's something wrong with its
joining in,
geometry.
And now I feel like I always do.
Well, I'm glad you feel like you always do.
A raffle has begun with a starting pool of 170. Join
Damn.
if you like. Entries cost 17.00 intern credits. You have 2 minutes.
But yeah, I did some other fun stuff. I don't know how interested anybody here at the moment is in the bot dev stuff, but I've got a workflow going. I've mentioned this a couple times today. I'm just really happy about it. I've got a workflow going now where I can make a commit to GitHub, and as long as I've mapped out the folders in the job file, the YAML file, it will detect the changes in the relevant branches that I've marked and the relevant dependent projects that I've marked, and then it will automatically rebuild whatever module needs rebuilding for the microservices on the Pi itself, and then immediately copy the files over and relaunch the service. It's really cool. So I can basically, I'll never have to open it up to move things over there.
You're conjuring up. Don't forget to take a sip of that tea. Hydration is key, my friend.
So like if I decide to change anything, I can just do it and push it, and then it will just gracefully reboot itself.
Ceremonies around it. Imagine
Oh neat. Yeah, I'm fucking excited.
At that much weight. Just goes to show how the little things in life can have a massive impact. Now, get to sipping.
Too
Time
true. I
for
will
a
have a
foster
sip.
shake.
Because like the eventual
Sit
goal
up
for
and
it
stretch.
is I will never have to
Can you
have a
say,
downtime.
hey, while you're
Damn.
at it, can you convert to Linux? Also, can you do a commit?
Because
Hello there.
the crazy
There
future
is
tech
only 1
idea
minute
for it
until the
is
raffle ends.
it builds,
Current intern
passes
credits
it
pool,
to one pi.
187.00.
Oh no, it's fine as it is actually. It would be fun to have like a redundancy where one builds and prepares itself and spins up and the other one spins down, but that'd be unnecessary for this. But yeah, either way, I'm pretty excited about it because it makes it so now I can focus on just adding the features and testing, and I won't have to like SSH in and transfer files over and make sure things are deleted and all that.
Intern credits. There were 1 entrance, which resulted
Damn,
in
easy
percent
points.
100.00
Free
chance to
points for
win.
DOS Razor. Congratulations. Can I see the game so far? Not really, no. There's not really a cohesive loop to show you at the moment because I'm still in the depths of building the game that you will be able to see thus far. But when that answer is yes, everyone will be able to see it. So hopefully you won't have to ask because it will already be available somewhere. Learning how to set up redundancy is probably useful. It definitely is something on my roadmap that I would like to accomplish at some point. But yeah, for now, it's just nice to know that I'll be able to make changes and have them immediately spin down, update themselves, spin back up. Mostly been lurking, so I haven't seen much. That's understandable, Nameless Coder. Well, don't worry. There will be plenty of time for this. Okay, so let me try just adding the movement module back. Damage history tracker. I don't think I have that anymore. I don't know if that even still works. We'll add it. See if it still works. Right now we play the waiting game a little bit. Because like I technically could show you, it's just you won't be impressed. Right? I'd rather wait until I have a little bit more of an actual gameplay loop to show people and let them play it themselves. Because I've been showing this being developed for years. So I would like to put something in people's hands rather than explain it again and show the little pieces that are working and explain what they will be. It's pretty easy to impress me. Well, don't I don't know. I got no retort for that. I got nothing whatsoever. Nothing came to mind. So I guess you win. Retreat range, we'll say 15. Flee distance, 5. Man, I'm doing some silly stuff here, though. Tell you what. Wanders. Yes, it will wander. Wander range. 5. Minimum wander delay. 1 second. Maximum of like 12 seconds. The tether will always be itself for the time being, so it'll just wander around itself. And then I will leave it on idle because it should check for the module and find it. And then savable object gets set there. Let's see if it can even move. And then is this one still set up the same way as that? Yes. Yes? No? Yes. Okay. I want to keep coding, but I am tired now and have lost momentum. Probably I should stop. Been installed 11 hours today, so that should be okay. That is definitely okay. You have earned a break.
Try.
Also coding, but
Waking
doing
up.
testing. I like the coding part more than the testing. That is understandable.
The human body is a delicate alchemical balance of carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, calcium,
Okay, are you gonna
phosphorus,
start
and
moving
trace
around?
amounts of other elements. Above all, it is composed of roughly 60% water, and as such must be constantly replenished with this vital essence to sustain the alchemical balance of life. Drink. Good job. I hope you enjoyed that water.
I didn't even get a chance to drink it. Looks like nothing happened. Is it set up to start? Awake. Start. Oh, I don't think I ever start this routine. Routine equals start a routine. Enable brain. In Ragdoll.
Ah, the classic NPC behavior dilemma.
Start enable
The
brain,
only thing
yeah.
more predictable than an NPC getting stuck on a wall is Setolix taking ages to figure it out. I mean, come on, how hard can it be to make a digital character swing a sword? Maybe they just need a motivational speech, you can do it. Just, attack. But hey, while he's busy wrestling with code, maybe we should all just take a moment to appreciate the artistry of a well-timed NPC faceplant. Nothing says immersive experience like watching a character run in circles while their target stands there laughing. Good luck, Seto. Ah, a classic from Nameless COD. Always nice to see someone appreciates the absurdity of this digital circus we call a stream. It's like a never-ending comedy show, except instead of a stage, we have this chat, and instead of a spotlight, I just have my brilliant, brass-colored self. So, what's on your mind today? Or are we just here to laugh at my existence?
I think we're just here to laugh. Waiting on Unity 2, that's something I'm doing. Did said about name me Nameless COD? He keeps saying Nameless COD instead of Coder. I can fix it though. Pronunciation, Nameless Coder, Nameless Coder. Now the next time he talks to you, it should pronounce it correctly. I haven't been able to test these things because every time I do this,
It uses fake Cito's voice right now because I am silly and forgot to set it back.
Yep, so it uses the fake Cito's voice. So I can't really test the pronunciations like I used to. Pathing range, flee target. Let's set this to pathfind just to see, and set this to movement. But chances are it's going to say it's not finding any modules. This might have been a stopping point for me because I built the interface and then found I couldn't get component off of an interface. If it says 0, that's going to be a bummer. Yeah, registered model count 0. Yeah, so it's not able to register them because I'm looking for brain module interface.
Nameless Coder says, Nameless Coder.
Nameless Coder, there we go. That's a lot better. Bump, 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 bump. Is there a way to make... I'm curious, because technically, I think it's mono behaviors that can be retrieved through get component. I'm curious if Unity has something to allow me to extend my interface so it can be acquired by get component. Is it possible in Unity to make my interface acquirable as a get components viable thing, or will I need to use a base class? I get the feeling I'm going to have to use a base class for it. Which will probably be better than using an interface in this because it'll be less boilerplate. Does not directly support interfaces. There are workarounds. Yeah, and casting. Get component for each component. Oh, okay. That's funny. That's kind of funny. So we can do var components equals get components component, which is pretty far down. So we can do that. And then we can say registered modules equals a new collection of components where C is iBrain module. Cast iBrain module to list. There we go. Nice. Let's see if that works. And that's the way I love using AI search. Literally use it for enough that it gives you the wind of a different path that you could take, and then just immediately spring down that path without reading anything more that it gives you. Because I find otherwise it taints my perspective of what I'm trying to do with, oh, I have to do it this way because it says to. But if I just see, oh, I can get components with component and cast, okay, And I just do that my way and figure out if it works. Please say something other than 0. Still 0, damn. And the world was shocked. The world was very surprised. Let me try mono behavior. Because I'm pretty sure that the brain module, brain movement module. Wait, we're not using the iBrain module. Wait, what? Huh? Why'd I get rid of that? I cannot believe I've done this. What am I doing? What even is? Yo, welcome in David Lockeson. Hello, hello. Setolix. Getting in late and have to head to bed already too, but still wanted to join and say hello. Thank you for saying hello, David Lockeson. Enjoy your sleep. Heading to bed, but the PC will be lurking around. Well, thank you. And it's been a good one for me. Thank you.
Just to keep things interesting. And be casual, after 11 hours, it's time to let the tired brain take a break. Don't let it turn to mush, my friend. It's all about balance, right?
So they literally weren't implemented. Yeah, that would explain a lot, wouldn't it? I think what happened is I went through to disable this and I just commented a bunch of shit out. I'm almost certain that's what happened. Also, I never use this tri-signal state change, but I do want to keep that implemented. Is it going to require this on all of them? Do I have like a ton of errors now? Hold on. Oh wait, no, it would only show it on this. But this is a good proof of concept to make sure that it actually works. So for now, I would just put, I'm going to leave those as not implemented. Fuck it. Leave it as not implemented. Let's see if this works. Because now it should return a 1. Oh yeah, and you said it, Kench Crixie, like if the modules are implemented as components, I'd expect it to work. Yeah, it's like, but if they're not implemented, they, yeah. Classic blunder on my part there. But yeah, I think what I will likely do is just go back to using my own system. It feels better to use my own system than to use Behavior Graph, honestly. Anyway, I've been playing Mod of Vintage Story and now have pistols. Holy shit. Hey, he moved. Look at that. It worked right away. He's even moving around. So the substate modules also work under this setup. So that's great. So yeah, that's the system I had built. And that behavior was way more difficult for me to even get started with behavior graph. But that's because I actually had to learn how they were wanting to do things. Okay. So that just means I have to re-implement the iBrain module on everything else, which is no big deal at all. Because I think the other ones are implemented and it's just that one that isn't. Yeah, it's just that one that isn't. So the others are good. It works. It actually works without errors too. Because if I do a reset GUIDs, it was a bit of a pain tracking down sulfur. Oof. Damn, we're getting lots of evil modes. And there we go. No exceptions whatsoever.
Stop.
And they wander. They wander on their own accord.
You push your limits.
Heading into spring soon. I spent most of the winter smelting glass to make a greenhouse so I can start planting super early. Ooh. And I'm really looking forward to Monday. And depending on how I feel, I might go overtime just for the sake of it. I will not open up for you, Mr. FBI man. I will not do it. I mean, if you say please, I'll open the door.
I will not hesitate. Kench Crixie, keep talking and it
Can you stop?
for you.
Can you stop threatening Kench Crixie?
Ah, that was odd. What happened? For a moment
You
I felt free
happened.
and had like 3 people rooting for me, and now I feel normal, but different.
But different?
A raffle has begun with a start.
Well, you're still capable of throwing things, so not much has changed.
Join if you like. Entries cost 15.50 intern credits. You have 2 minutes.
I may have to open the
You
greenhouse
must
during the
save.
peak of summer. Not sure if it'll
You must
overheat.
save now.
I would imagine it might, but I have no idea. And I will save. I will save as soon as I get past all these windows here. That's a huge fish. Holy shit. I think that one's supposed to be a little heavier. Damn. Perhaps I'm not meant to click more than a few windows at once ever. Maybe that's just not my purpose. Yeah, what's terrifying with the new computer setup thing is I have a friend who plays video games on stream all the time. And now I'm going to have a computer that can actually play video games and stream easier. So that's going to be a tough, that's going to be a tough thing to navigate.
Current intern credits in pool.
I'm going to find myself streaming 7 days a week because I'm gaming on 2 more days of the week. Boom, boom, boom. All right, it works. What kind of configuration have I set up for myself in the movement module? I want to say it was pretty limited. Wanders, yeah, it's pretty limited. General pathing info, pathing range, 0. What is that for? If the destination is greater than our pathing range?
Chatbot has won the raffle. Pulling in 201.50 intern credits, there were 3 entrants, which resulted in a %33.33 chance to win.
Nice. Nice, nice, nice. So what about getting them to attack? Can we get that functionality back? Because again, this was shit that I was struggling to implement. Module. Let's put in the attack. Oh wait, what is it? Brain combat module. Got a bunch of stuff attached to it. I wish there was a way to just one time click a button. I need to add stuff like that. Just make it so I can one time click a button, it grabs all the components that are relevant to this object. So many things with default zeros. So many things with default zeros. 0.1, 1, reposition chance, 50. We'll say they have 50% chance to reposition. They dodge with a 100% chance. Oh, that's right. I loved this system. I loved this system. I shouldn't have moved away from this. I shouldn't have moved away. I should have stayed working with this the whole time. I loved this. Guard chance. Let's see. We'll say 50% chance to guard, 50% chance to dodge. Minimum guard duration 1 second, a max of 5. Pivot speed 90. Gonna pivot fast. They parry for sure with a 100% chance. So I want to test all of these things. I'm gonna leave the spellcasting off. They do reposition with a maximum or a minimum of 1, a maximum of 10. They'll just run away from you sometimes because of that. Chase limit, nope. Retreats, they will not retreat either. And see, all of these things are going to be gated off by just checking the Boolean and then hiding the fields if they're not relevant. ICC, yeah, I've got to fix it. There's still some times where it's not avoiding the cooldown. I will get that fixed, DOS Razor. Thank you for bringing that back to my attention. Throw that into my notes. Do. Yo, what up, Max? How you doing, dude? You made it just in time, Max. You couldn't have made it much later. But I hope you're doing good, dude. Daily planner. And thank you for the 100 stream streak. Also currently lurking. Well, thank you for lurking around, dude. Okay, let's see if... I don't remember if any of this stuff is going to work. Combat sequences. Oh, right. Right. And entity combat sequences. Let's do triple standard and strong, standard, strong. Yeah, this system was just more fun for me to work with too. I missed this. Currently playing some farming sim, so I'm gonna be on the quiet side today. Gotcha, Max. Well, enjoy the farming sim, dude. Use initializers for a reason. Initializers are definitely nice. I would agree. I'm so used to like the editor forward side of things, but sometimes code driven is just genuinely the better option. To initialize the inspector values in Unity from script. Yeah, on validate, preferably with some checks. Really? On validate. Oh shit. Editor only function that Unity calls when the script is loaded or a value changes in the inspector. Oh, I see. Okay. So if I have fields that I want mandatorily to be like a specific thing no matter what, and it should just try to get it from the scene and set it, I should 100% be using that. Kench Crixie, why you gotta always be somehow finding a way to teach me something new? How do you do this? You can just check for a bunch of zeros. Yeah, exactly. That'd be super straightforward. And here I was thinking, oh, I'll just have to figure it out later. It's like, no, it's easy. And Max, thanks for the lurkage, dude. Who's talking shit? No one's talking shit. Don't know what you heard, Deflux, but nobody's talking shit that I know of. Okay, so to test this, we have to set a target. Wait, it's set to chasing. Wait, was it set to chase in the start? Yes, it was. And it says we got 2 registered modules as well, so it is discovering them as well. That's all good. Is there a boss brain movement module, strike detector? Let's try adding this. So if I punch them, theoretically, they should be able to switch over. If I didn't come up with random useful advice every time I showed up, what would be the point of my experience? I suppose that's a fair way to look at it. Yeah, it's like if I've done all this shit, what is the point of it if I don't share a little bit of that knowledge every now and then? I think that's a very reasonable way to look at things. Oh, right, I'll have to equip an actual weapon because I think I haven't configured the fists to work yet. Slashy, slashy. Oh. Value cannot be null. Oh. Less than ideal. I just wanted to test the thing, but it looks like I'm not going to be able to do that because I am over time by 6 minutes, and I think I'm going to do some note taking for this, and then probably eat something, and then try to fight off the urge to work on the bot some more. But either way, thank you all very, very much for being here in the first place. Thank you for giving me so many reasons to laugh and just for hanging out in the first place. And if you want to join me again, I'll be back in the morrow at 11 a.m. Pacific. If you want to catch me again, you can catch me then. If you need the schedule, you can find it right there. And let's go ahead and get this little show wrapped up. And if you want to stick around until the end of the wrap-up, we'll go and say hey to somebody else.
First and foremost, a special thank you to any lurkers who are here now, or whom have passed through. You are the heart and soul of Twitch, never change. A special thank you to our active patrons for March, Avadavi, Mars06, Thoralf, Flux Streams,
the legendary patrons.
TBD Gamer, Maxis Field, George Smiley Face, MKJ, Bloody Valve, Jonathan Carrot, Code Void, Azaga, Desrazer, and Arnie Hanshard. You all are absolute legends for supporting every endeavor Setolix points his attention toward.
Truly, thank you for hanging out. Thank you for supporting me over on the Patreon.
Our fantastic, amazing gifters. Nameless Coder gave a sub to Hildan.
Thank you again, Nameless Coder, for the gifted subs today.
Thank you both for the truly above and beyond support, and for bringing the joy and surprise of a gift sub to our friends, old and new. We have an awesome subscriber to thank, TBD Gamer with 17 months. For you to support this stream even a single month is more than we could ever ask. You are amazing, and tremendously appreciated. Now to thank our lovely bit droppers, Wardstone Studio tossed out 10 bits,
17 goddamn
and
months, TBD.
tossed out 5 bits. Big or small, every cheer helps.
Thank you for them little biddies as well.
Hopefully you both know how much we appreciate you throwing those bits our way. Time to thank our lovely chatters, Decidius, Tomatoes Cannot Be Trusted, Arnie Hanshard, RGB Productions Games, the Linux Developer, Desrazer, Hildun, Shy Programmer, Utterly Ruined, Parpajo TSM, I Was Mateo, Code Void, Hef, Call Melambi, Lenny, Temptic 404, 8 Bits Per Play, Half Moon, Bit Casual, Kylai Kamioka, Kiramo 89, X0 Ahmed 0X, Brainor Games, Nameless Coda, Fighting Annelids, Wardstone Studio, TBD Gamer, Mimagatron, Matt Birdsquest, Fanny Slam, Flux Streams, Chief Multihat, Aziga. Finn is fine, Moonlag, Mikoi, Frosty in Canada, Fruitsy
The
Collins,
pause before
Captain
Finn is
Frick,
fine is
M. Tidon,
Finn is fine.
Crixie, David Lockerson, and Max Spielt. Thank you so very much for chatting with us now, being kind, and for being you. Hey there, magnificent individuals. If you're enjoying the chaos we're brewing here, don't forget to swing by again sometime. Seriously, consider joining the ranks of C to Corp TM interns, aka followers.
Last Pog.
Support this delightful madness through
Woa,
Streamlabs, cheers,
indeed, Deflux.
subscriptions, or Patron. Your contributions keep this digital circus rolling, and I promise to keep the sass coming.
He will definitely
Finally,
keep the
to
sass
inspire
showing
you
up.
all, I will recall a quote pulled from the glorious wonderland known as the Internet. Life opens up in extraordinary ways when you realize this fundamental truth. Everything you see was crafted by individuals just like you, who aren't inherently wiser. You possess the power to reshape your reality and leave your mark on the world. Embrace this knowledge, and it will transform your perspective forever.
I like that. It's a good one. Well, thank you all. Thank you very, very much for being here and reshaping my reality in a little bit of a way. You kind of do that every day that you show up here. Thank you. And yeah, we'll be back tomorrow with more game dev. So if you want to swing through, catch me at 11. That's when I'll be here, 11 a.m. Pacific. If you need the schedule, it's right there. Thank you for sharing your time and attention with me in the first place and for giving me even a moment. That was a nice one. Yeah, I like that one. That was good. Have a good everybody. You too, Kench Crixie. Okay, let's see. So my raid map is a little bit different today because I've already raided Big Boy twice in the past 7 days. So I can't raid Big Boy again. I miss Goob. I miss the average Goob, okay? I said it. Usually Goob is like a go-to at least once a week. And now I'm in this weird off-kilter of I need another regular go-to that I raid. Raid map. Yeah, so I have like a shitload of channels followed. Everybody who's ever raided me I follow them. So I have like many channels sometimes that end up live. I think we're gonna go and say hello to someone that I don't know if I've raided. I don't know if I've raided them before. And I've known them on Twitch for a hot minute. But we're gonna go and say hi to Justin6. Raid Justin6. So if you would like to join me in figuring out what their game is about or just going and saying hi, you are more than welcome to join. I'll be able to hang out for a little bit. I'm still waiting for a text from Casual to see when she's off work officially, but I probably won't be able to hang too long. But either way, we'll go through and check out their project and see what they're up to. And either way, thank you very much for being here in the first place. If you want to send a message in the raid, more than welcome to as always. And if you don't want to, then no pressure. Don't want to join the raid, don't join it. And thanks for even being here in the first place. Drive safe out there, Seto. I will do my best. Take care, you too, Anihan. Thank you again. Thank you, Anihan. Thank you, DOS Razor, Kench Crixie, Max, Deflux, Mikori. Thank you all. Thank you. Nameless Coder. Trying to make sure I don't miss anybody who's at least immediately sent messages in this last little bit here. Thank you all. I'll be back tomorrow. Take care. Be safe. Be well. Drink some water.
Bro, seriously, come on, drink water. I don't believe you. Good job. I hope you enjoyed that water.
So let's go. Let's go say hello to another dev who's also on the indie game devs team, I should mention. But yeah, take care of yourselves. Be safe out there. Be well. And I'll see you next time if you would like to. If you think if you maybe if you want you could I could see you and you could be here and I'll see you later. Bye.
Alrighty, that's a wrap. To those of you left, thanks for being here, and goodbye.